Thank you very much. So it's here this committee. I was going to take government ethics side of the I'll ask Assistant Secretary of the Board, Chair Harris, Chair Dr. Burns, Chair Post, Chair Brown, outside of my business, just for actually, yes, I would just like to make a motion to amend amendments to show the facial certificates of comments that were retained with the allocation of comments. But I have a motion. Sorry. I have a motion on trust the library, a second for trustee Curtis. All right, motion discussion. Okay, so motion by trustee White, that is the motion there. Initial discussion, to be signed. Next one, services research out of the first associated
So before we get into the official business, I was wanting to go some of the things in the facilities for the break. So strategic planning, so we'll start that. Every 2 years we provide the system office with our 6-year strategic plans and capital investments. Whereas next month, we'll have to share our for now, I just want to the concepts of this year and I'll go through the process moving forward. Capital planning process incorporates a technical and a strategic approach to project prioritization. So the resulting capital investment plan is based on a highly detailed database that is created as part of our facilities investment process, a facilities assessment process. It also has a strategic perspective that includes plans based on the importance to our solution. It looks buildings for renovation of investment and considers the impact of different planning sources. In prior years, we relied on the technical process, which results in a solid plan, but in order to make more efficient use of our resources, we're working on our strategic plans. Rather than simply picking projects from our technical data, we are planning to create a multi-year investment plan that aligns facility and strategic priorities and allows us to engage stakeholders in conversation about budget and financial realities. So just again, I'm just going to overview the process real quick for you today. First, we created, looked at how we can build some different portfolios. There's lots of different ways to do that. It's been a real collaborative process to look at how we can when we're trying to consider which projects should have the highest priority. To all the buildings, but we're trying to figure out which one is more important. There are many ways we can build this on scale and look at some of the portfolio structures. An example that I want to highlight for you today, which is similar to the one we're taking our 6-year plan approach, is by building function. We segmented buildings into portfolios by function. It allows us to define areas of emphasis and provide a rationalization of our federal decisions. So this is kind of just a basic framework that we use. I'd like to the first division of our capital infrastructure buildings. The infrastructure needs that we have data in our database. Focus on this effort for the 6-year plan is on existing buildings as living buildings that are included in the state zone. The portfolios are based on how each building serves the university mission and are created to inform investments. In addition to the portfolio process, we also plan to submit several projects that are building component related. I just want to stress the 6-year plan process won't be just a one-time exercise. As priority change in the university looks at different buildings for need, target investments, one portfolio or another as appropriate to best reflect the change goals and objectives. This next slide could be a teeny bit controversial, so I'm just going to run through it real quick. And I'm just going to preface it by saying that this is just a model, and within the model, you can adjust it to the ones that you see, but this is the framework that we're working off of right now. As I mentioned on the previous slide, showing the public portfolios, the framework allows us to manage each portfolio differently with a target based on how the portfolio serves the organization. The left axis shows FCI, which is facilities condition index, which is a metric to assess the condition of a building. It's a measure of the cost of repairs divided by the total replacement value of the building. So, while lower is better. All lines represent FCI targets for these different groups of buildings, and these targets will be used to direct investments accordingly, recognizing that not all buildings are created equal. So, with this example, we could prioritize buildings based on the desire to ensure that research lab and clinical space are maintained to a higher level of facility condition. And it shows by the numbers that we have. The FCI targets reflect a lower facility condition in libraries on those bases. So, not only the potential for growth, classroom portfolio differently, perhaps that the FCI changes. So it's important to highlight that FCI by portfolio, it's just one indicator. Also look at the risk of needs for urgency, life safety, and operational needs. And this framework just helps give us some structure to prioritize projects. So any questions?
What was the equation for the FCI?
This is the cost of the deferred maintenance or the total replacement cost of the building. And I have a tool that shows which building I with FCI is by building. So this is just a combination of data.
Questions? I have a question about the library. So describe the library. It's not the same library that I so
Yeah, that's a great question. For the library, so it's well timed. All the libraries in that I would say that the numbers I'm going to point out kind of outside some of the portfolios because the libraries obviously has got a lot of things, and so that it's such a huge amount of square footage that it does lost the overall condition of the libraries. But all right, so I just want to show you a little bit more about the facilities. I asked the team to take a look at doing some exterior work around campus, helping some of the visibility areas. We generously provided some special funds, especially for exterior projects. And I'm speaking with the last team last time we funded this type of work in 2015. I'm really proud of our team's work, as this has mostly been done with internal building services shops. On some slides, the entry sign got pressure washed and the entry done. We worked through full place to pressure wash as many doors, stairs, and walkways as we could. Pressure washing can be a little bit scary because sometimes it can look worse before it gets better. But we did tackle the graduate library and campus buildings for I also challenged the carpentry shop to remove the two bedrooms that are all over campus. We started at the south building, we're working our way out into the job sites. The difference is very noticeable, and the carpenters are very proud of the craftsmanship. So,
Trustee Jones is very happy to see that. And a lot of people may not know this, but the model was actually constructed by an English first constructed. So I think I know something else.
yeah, we have a really good team, very talented folks. And it's funny you should bring up the OL because I also want to talk about a couple of different projects that kicked off over the summer. Bingham Hall renovation has been a long time coming. The scope includes, it's basically down to the studs and then rebuilding, replace the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and the fire protection systems. And then we're going to do a little programmatic upgrades for the college. So far, we've completed interior demolition and we're making good progress. It is a hard site to work on because it's in that really high traffic area, but they're so far on schedule. Another project that kicked off this summer was Memorial Hall and a new roof. If you have not been in there recently, there's damage from years of roof leaks. And so it was pretty substantial, the damage. We awarded a project to fix the roof, and that should be wrapping up in October. This is challenging work because we were trying to work around the theater being able to continue their operations, but they've been very flexible in working with us. So it's also, we want to make sure that we're sensitive to the historic nature of the building. And last one I want to talk a little bit about is the Old Well landscaping. As you can imagine, any work done on the Old Well is sensitive to my whole team as well as any Tar Heel. So we've got a lot of feedback on this one. The project has removed the overgrown and declining plant material. And as our landscape architect describes it, it's visually connecting the Old Well with McCorkle Place, which is how it was historically. And we're going to install a new palette of native plants, which will provide seasonal interest throughout the year as opposed to what was there. There are folks that were concerned about the plants that we took out, but I'm assured that it's going to look much better when it's done. We've got the irrigation system in and the replanting will start next week. So it'll be in top form by University Day. Any questions?
Any questions? Trustee Cotis, Vice Chair.
Not really a question, but just commending you on all of this work, this strategic approach and prioritizing resources, systematically analyzing them, setting targets. We've needed this for a while. And the little things like this, summer upgrades. So just it's noted and great job.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Great team effort.
I really appreciate it too. You've actually come to the board with some substantive things that are going on campus. So I think it's really helpful for us to see that in action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Trustee Valentine.
Thank you. Do you have a schedule for pressure washing some of the buildings? I know you did.
I do have so we do have some money left in that exteriors fund and I've put it out there to folks. And so we are working. I know the law school's requested some. The facility coordinators are feeding those requests in and we're going to try and get after them as we can. I don't have a set schedule, but I can, if you have a specific.
Well, I know the one down on the corner from the south building. I can't recall the name at the moment, but that got redone and it was remarkably different. And it had been forever since it was pressure washed. So I didn't know there was a regular schedule.
Oh, yes. The intent going forward would be that we could get a schedule of them so that they're done more regularly. Right now, I'm sort of catching them as we can.
Yes. Trustee Lloyd.
Thank you. What about prioritization of health issues as it relates to the dorms and mold and things like that we've struggled with for decades?
Sure. And I hate to keep using the whole master plan answer, but there is a housing master plan underway as well. And that's going to be feeding into our 6-year plan as far as the prioritization of the renovations and any new dorms. Oh, yes. If we have, for instance, we're doing some abatement in Davie Hall as an emergency project because we identified a need there. So if there's an emergent need, we do find the funding for those.
Any other questions?
Okay. All right. Let's move on to the business part. So I'm going to group the first 2 requests for advanced planning together. They're based on the 5-year capital plan that was presented by Transportation and Parking. Transportation and parking is committed funding for this project from cash reserves. The maintenance work would include multiple surface lots and parking decks, and the elevator work is for new equipment at the Dogwood and Business School decks. And advanced planning should help to group these projects for execution efficiencies. All right, third one is Keenan Labs. This is a project I'm really excited about because Keenan Labs needs some work. The top 5 floors function fairly well as they had a prior renovation, but the bottom 4 floors rely on antiquated equipment that is well past its useful life. The first month I was here, we nearly lost some research work when the air handlers failed and temps got too high in the building. So this project planning will help towards a future renovation project. Either we're going to phase that work or we are putting it in as one of our top candidates for major SCIF funding on the 6-year plan. Questions on that one? Okay. And then the neurosciences research building, this project will renovate the first floor space to create operational laboratory spaces meeting the BSL2 standards. And the funding for that one is F&A. That might be a change from some of the prior work you saw. Okay. And lastly, the planetarium has received donations for the full amount of the planning effort that they would like to do in cash. This project will make improvements to the exterior of the building. In addition to this project funded by donations, we are going to be investing in a project to add a ramp to allow for better accessibility to the planetarium.
Any questions from board members, committee members on that? Okay. Do I have yes, Trustee White.
Sure. Thank you. Sorry, I was going to ask a question about the parking repairs. Do you have a list or do you know off the top of your head the portfolio of lots and decks that are?
I do have the list. It's in that, it comes from that plan, the plan. There's 26 surface lots. And this might not be all in the first 2 years. It's a 5-year plan.
Right.
The first 2 years, there's 2 of the brick paver lots, 1 of the concrete lots. And then, as I mentioned, the first 2 decks, the first 2 decks are Dogwood and the Business School, but there's another 6 decks that would be taken care of in the out years.
Okay. The reason I ask is, are any of them used for special events or for football or basketball?
Yes.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Okay, do I have a motion to approve? Oh, yes, Trustee Cotis, motion? Motion to approve, do I have a second? I have a second from Trustee Patel, so a motion by Trustee Cotis, second by Trustee Patel. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, great, passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want me to move to the next item?
Yes, yes.
Okay. On the designer selection, this is for work at the Gene Therapy Center. 4 firms were interviewed, and it is recommended that the committee approve the selection of the 3 firms in the order on your paperwork. They were selected based on their past performance on similar projects and other experience with campus projects in the state construction office. You have those? I
don't have those for whatever reason. What are the firms?
Shepley Bullfinch of Durham, Integrated Design of Raleigh, and IHR Architecture of Durham. So Shepley is our leading choice.
Were there any trustees involved in this designer selection, to your knowledge?
No.
Okay. And Evan, you've worked with them before?
Yeah.
They have history on campus? All 3 or?
Yes, to some degree with other firms. So this happens a lot where people switch firms. So we like the people more than necessarily like hiring a firm. We're hiring the people within the firm. So we have that experience.
Are all 3 firms North Carolina firms?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion to approve? I have a motion on the floor from Trustee Cotis, Vice Chair Cotis. Do I have a second? I have a second from Trustee Briner. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, great.
Thank you.
That stands approved.
Perfect. And I'd like to turn over to Evan to review a design for you.
Thank you. Assume I can just click ahead. So the Caldwell Hall Accessibility Project was funded through a budget line last year to address about 4 different projects to improve accessibility across the campus. So one of those is Caldwell Hall. It's actually the one where had the highest funding amount for this particular project. So the location is on our historic core, right alongside East Cameron Avenue across from Davie Hall. So it's one of only two academic buildings that has no accessible way to enter the building at all. And we do have general purpose classrooms as well as faculty office and other workspace inside. So we're trying to target those with the most need. And the solution here, you see a lot of arrow diagrams because it's adjacent to a parking lot and how people get to the building. So we're trying to target the way that's most accessible, the way that's most convenient for most people who are getting to the building, and that is to take one of these fire escapes. So it's 100-plus-year-old building, and the egress from the building, in addition to that main staircase on the north side, are these two fire escapes, one on the west side, one on the east side. The one on the west side is in particularly rough condition, so we're trying to kill two birds with one stone here and demolish that, build a new stair and elevator that would allow for accessible entry into the building. So what you're looking at here are the two images on the left are the west side of the building with its current fire escape, and then on the right is an interior view looking out towards that landing at the top of that flight of stairs. And you can actually see on the inside of the building, you have to go up some stairs to go back down. So that's a rather unusual condition. We're going to address that as well. Again, the whole point of this project is to create accessibility in this building. But to do so, we have to build a little addition. So this is the current state of the building. Coming from Cameron Avenue, this is the view. You can see on the left side of the image is that large staircase. It's 3/4 of a flight to get up into the building. Very difficult to create an accessible entry over there. So we're adding an elevator over on the right side. You can just see through the trees on the right that fire escape that we were looking at previously, and then the parking lot beyond. This is in the architect's rendering of what it would look like once this project is complete. So you can see an enclosed volume of an elevator with a stair adjacent to it, and then a very small bridge essentially getting from there to the building. It's pulled out away from the building for structural reasons. And that's why it's shown like that. So this gives a better view of what this very small addition looks like. You can see on the left image, a solid brick enclosure for the elevator, and then a perforated brick, which is very similar to a lot of enclosures we have around campus. This sort of open weaved brick patterning, mimicking the color and texture of the original brick, but have some visual porosity, which actually will help with the safety. Actually helps a little with the cost. So this is a view of what that looks like, and that was the last image. So happy to entertain any questions you might have on this particular project.
Any questions from members of the committee or the board? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I have a motion from Trustee Patel. Do I have a second? I have a second for Chair Pryor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, great. Thank you, Evan.
I'll turn over to Nate, the Vice Chancellor.
Thanks. The next item for your consideration is a request of an approval to issue debt to finance two self-liquidating projects, the chilled water expansion, and the second is the Translational Research Building, or TRB. I know you've heard a lot about these buildings in the past. Just a note on where we're at in the process. So this is the self-liquidating process of the financing for these projects. These have been approved by the Board of Governors, approved by the legislature, and now we're at the third step of approval where we're bringing it back to the Board of Trustees and the Board of Governors. This approval will then allow us to issue debt. So that's where we're at in the process. And again, this is approving the dollars, not the design of any projects. And again, I mentioned you're likely familiar with the projects. The chilled water piece, really, it's infrastructure needed just to support a growing campus. We've talked about that some in the past. And then with Translational Research Building, again, this is a project that's been talked about for years on the campus. It's needed to really just move the research enterprise forward. We are scheduled to break ground on the project this October, and we're working on an actual groundbreaking event, which hopefully we'll be in touch with you all on shortly. this does require action by the board.
And Vice Chancellor Knuppin, on the translational research building, the anticipated F&A from that will help to service the debt. Is that correct? Or am I wrong on that? I think I'm right about that.
That's correct. There is an expectation that the research capacity overall, our research activity will grow. And with that, there'll be more indirect or more F&A generated, which we are using a portion of that to finance this project.
And do you have just an estimate on the total return on investment to the university over time for the TRB?
Well,
and maybe the Vice Chancellor for Research has at least a thumbnail. I mean, in terms of expanding our research capacity.
I'll defer to Penny in talking about just the returns.
Thanks, Penny.
Yeah, sure. Short. So when we built the genetic medicine building, what that led to over a 10-year period was a doubling in our research dollars. And so we're using the same kinds of estimate for the return on investment there with the kinds of science that will be in that building.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Trustee Blaine.
There are other streams of revenue that, F&A, and then you kind of give us a broad overview of what you expect to turn.
Yeah, so we are relying on F&A. We are splitting it exclusively. It will be spread between, some of it will be centrally covered by the central part of the university. Others that have, based on square footage allocated within the building, will cover a share of it as well. So it's about 50-50 between the center of the university and the units supporting that. I'm sorry, your other question. It's hard to know at this point. This is the approval. What it allows us to do is be able to monitor the market and then be able to take it out when it's advantageous. We also rely often on these projects on commercial paper, which allows us to bridge so that we get to a point where it's efficient to then issue debt as a big package, and just makes the efficiency of the issuance better. Scott, what would you say terms would be right now if we were in the market?
So in terms of debt, if you look at the 5.5% range, as far as the estimates go, we hope to get better than that with our long-term debt. And the commercial paper is in the 3.5 range. So during the construction, it's commercial paper. We do have a comprehensive plan. So when we get about 100 million in commercial paper, we take out that as permanent debt. And so we're doing all these projects together. Does that make sense?
We do. So we're one of 8 universities that have a AAA rating.
Yes, sir. Trustee Ballantyne.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Nate, you mentioned that we've seen these projects for a long time. So I was wondering what the time lapse was. And is it reasonable? Is it a reasonable time lapse? I mean, you said you guys did something, then it goes to the Board of Governors, then it goes to the legislature, then it comes back to us, and it goes back. I mean, does it have to be that way? I mean, and when did the legislature pass this? In May?
It did.
I mean, could we have had a call and helped you out 5 months ago? I mean, give me your thoughts on that.
You raise a very valid question. The process, the way self-liquidating projects come to fruition, has been the subject of study in the past. It's been identified as an area with the system office that we could make more efficient. Right now, as it currently operates, there are 3 steps of approval: authorizing the project at the Board of Governors level, then the legislature has to take action to approve it. Of course, each of these are not in session at all times simultaneously. So you think about how this syncs up. We literally started this approval process last fall. And then the legislature took action during this session, and now we're back again before you issue the debt. Could one of those stops either be eliminated, or is there something we could do more comprehensive at one time? I think those are legitimate questions that I think deserve probably more discussion.
Trustee White.
Yes, on the chilled water expansion, is there currently revenues on the north and east chiller plants? Do we generate revenue
Well,
or is that
so the way these are funded are through energy receipts. So we charge campus to operate our energy infrastructure. And so we have 5 kind of standalone chillers that operate kind of a district. And we have 8 standalone chiller plants. And so we are evaluating the capacity on campus, again, just keeping it cool, but remember, we're in this growth mode where we're really, you think about translational research building and some of these that are coming online, being able to make sure we can handle that load and looking at that. So that's what's motivating that more generally, but it's paid for by receipts from the energy operation.
And then why is the total project funding more than the proposed amount? I mean, the 102 to 155 and the 205 to 228.
Yeah, so the overall amount going into chilled water is going to be larger. We're using some cash receipts, so just available reserves in addition to some of the financing here. So it's just debt and cash and a combination of the two. Correct. The 102.6 is just the debt part that we're asking.
Yes, sir. Trustee Curtis.
I'm assuming part of the benefit of the chilled water expansion is energy savings and maybe going to a variable flow. So you can adjust, you're not running kind of full tilt and able to store.
Certainly.
And then that will allow efficiencies. You'll save money on operations and maintenance.
We do believe there'll be energy savings from this. Yes.
Okay.
Any additional questions? My sense is that the translational research building, TRB, is part of what I would describe as the economic engine kind of capacity of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and what we can do not only for the greater community that we live in here in the Research Triangle part, but to the state of North Carolina and to the global community in the sense of recruiting top researchers who will come here, do really good work, and have our students involved in a day-to-day basis to make the world a better place. And as part of that, it creates economic development and resources that are spent and used here in our community. Is that a fair assessment?
It is.
Okay. Gordon Larson, fair assessment? Okay, great. So we're getting a return on our investment. Any additional questions? Do I have a motion to approve? I have a motion from Trustee Patel. Do I have a second? I have a second from Trustee Briner. Do I have any further discussion? Anybody want to say anything else about it? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Great. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chancellor Knuppman. Welcome, Mr. King. How are you today?
Good.
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
We're glad to hear from you about the UNC Investment Fund and its performance update. So you have the floor, sir.
Just don't ask me about what the Fed's going to do.
Huh? Well, we got about 45 minutes. Quarter point, half point?
Quarter point.
Quarter point. Okay. I'll hold you to it.
So, and these slides, somehow these slides didn't translate all that well. We have our own format, so just bear with me on this one. But what I always like to do to start this presentation is just give a little bit of explanation, background, and forgive me for those who have heard this before. But I think it's really important to understand what the UNC-Chapel Hill endowment is. When we throw around this term, the endowment, I think it's a very misunderstood term. What the endowment is the aggregation of literally more than 2,000 individual funds, each established by a donation or series of donations and dedicated to a specific purpose, project, whatever. So what it is not is a bank account or an operational reserve account to be spent at anyone's discretion. These are restricted funds. And also within the context of this campus, this is a very decentralized campus. And so the endowment likewise is fairly decentralized in sort of who it benefits and who kind of controls it at some level. So the $5.6 billion that we will, sort of refer to as the fiscal year end endowment That's in a number of buckets. There's the Chapel Hill Statutory Endowment Fund, which is the biggest individual piece at 2.4 billion. But UNC-Chapel Hill also has a foundation that raises money and supports various programs in its own right. A central foundation, that's 525 million. And then there are a number of affiliated foundations around campus. Arts and Sciences Foundation, Ed Foundation, Law School, Business School, Med School, all have foundations where they go out and raise money and once again create these funds to be spent mainly for scholarships and professorships and other program support. But anyway, you can see it's kind of spread out all to a lot of different entities and a lot of different kind of boards who oversee these this 5.6 billion, which once again is not a kind of monolithic bank account at all. So now I'm going to quickly turn to the UNC Investment Fund. This is the fund that we manage. It's one big fund. Everybody gets their share of everything we do. This was established back in 2002. And what it allowed is other schools in the UNC system to invest alongside the Chapel Hill Investment Fund. Basically, Chapel Hill still controls the process. The Chapel Hill Investment Fund is the controlling member. But it's a fund that allows others to participate. So this slide kind of expands it. At June 30, the market value of the UNC Investment Fund was 11.1 billion. So that's the 5.6 billion I just spoke about from the UNC-Chapel Hill endowment and foundations, and then another 5.5 billion from other schools in the system as well as UNC Healthcare. So we manage money on behalf of not all, but most of the schools in the UNC system. But it's their choice, their selection to use us as an investment manager, and not all do. Many, most actually use us as the investment manager of choice. And then finally, UNC Management Company. We're a separate company in our own right. We're controlled by UNC-Chapel Hill through a board of directors. But we are not state employees. We're independent. We are a not-for-profit that is a supporting organization of UNC-Chapel Hill. So it's a little bit complex, but basically we're there to manage these dollars on behalf of the fund. We have 37 employees at UNC Management Company, 15 investment professionals who are, basically dedicated to managing this portfolio. And then we have support staff, compliance, legal affairs, ops and finance. We have our own HR department because we have our own benefits and payroll and the like. So we're our own little kind of independent company. So what are we doing? Our primary objective is to invest this money in such a way that we generate a spending distribution each year to the university to support all these underlying programs that have been funded by these underlying endowment gifts, and to grow the underlying corpus at a rate that exceeds the inflation rate. So basically, we're trying to grow both the underlying corpus and the annual distribution by something greater than inflation. So our stated return objective is inflation plus 5.5. So that the 5.5 is kind of how much you would spend annually, kind of over some period of time, and then grow that by inflation. So if you just work math, and if long-term inflation is 2.5 and we spend 5.5, it means our return objective over long periods of time is 8%. How do we go about this? It all starts with asset allocation. We do have an investment fund board that meets on a regular basis, and they help us and improve our basic asset allocation targets that I'll talk about in a minute. And then within each asset class, in each of the asset categories, we at the management company go out and find investment managers to deploy the capital in various strategies within the asset classes. So we're not doing security selection. We're not picking stocks and bonds here in Chapel Hill. We're hiring outside investment management firms to do that. What we do is overseen by our board of directors and executive committee. We have an ongoing process of reviewing managers, and we think a whole lot about risk and risk management. And I'll show a slide in a minute that kind of details that. This is our asset allocation targets. I mean, it's a diversified portfolio, lots of different asset classes in there, and a lot of things that come under the heading of alternative assets. In contrast, traditional assets are kind of just stocks and bonds. But we have, and that's the long equity with a 26% target, fixed income with an 8, and cash with a 2. So we have basically 36% targeted toward traditional assets. The other 64% is targeted toward alternatives, which is private asset classes, private equity, real estate, as well as hedge fund asset classes, long short equity, and diversifying. So let's get to the real numbers here. We generated a 12.6% return for fiscal 24. This was a great year after what last year was a not so great year. So this is a much easier presentation to give this year. Obviously the 12.6 outperforms, the 8% long-term target. It outperforms what we call our SIP, our strategic investment policy portfolio, which that return is just if all our asset classes were exactly at their target allocation and each one earned its benchmark return, then we would have generated an 8.6% return for the year. You can see we outperformed that by a pretty wide margin. So we had lots of outperformance in the underlying asset managers we selected. This was actually a great year to be in traditional assets. So just a 70-30 portfolio because the stock markets were so strong was up 14.2%. And yet, despite that, we're in the top quartile relative to peers. I'll put right now is that time of year. I was talking to some people before the meeting when not a lot of people or not everybody has basically published their returns yet. And especially the large private universities that we feel are our competitors, they kind of wait until their audits are done or their fall board meetings are there or whatever. So I haven't seen a lot of numbers, but I have seen Cambridge Associates is the best source of data. They have a universe of about 165 schools. 135 have reported. And of the 135 that have reported, the only ones that have a higher return than us are schools with less than $1 billion in assets. And by definition, those are schools that invest in traditional stocks and bonds. So that they had small schools had a good year this year. Even then, we're top quartile in the whole universe. But in terms of large endowments, over $3 billion, let's say, I haven't heard a number higher than 12.6. So I don't know if we'll have the best return of large university endowments. We could, but we'll certainly be in the top handful. And most of the numbers I've seen reported are between 8 and 10% for large endowments. That's kind of where a lot of people are falling right now. So we had a good year. How do we have a good year? Our hedge funds did really well. We had long short equity hedge funds that in aggregate generated an 18.6% return. Our private equity portfolio was an outlier, generated a 17.3% return. Our traditional equities did fine, but they underperformed the market a little bit. And even our diversifying strategies hedge funds, which we see as kind of downside protection in tough markets, had a really good year, generating a solid number in what was an up year. And this, it's fun to talk about percentages, but it's more fun to talk about dollars. So we started the year at $5.1 billion in the Chapel Hill Investment Fund. Generated $658 million in gains, got new money into the fund from new donations of $114 million, distributed $285 million for spending and development support. And so we closed the year at almost $5.6 billion after distributing, once again, this $284 million to support the university. This just shows the markets. The blue bars are equity markets. And once again, the S&P 500 was up over 20%. That's the best game in town. Gray bars in the middle are fixed income. And then on the right, we have some alternative hedge funds and the like. Just kind of puts things in context. But the real story of fiscal 24 was this thing called the Magnificent Seven, the 7 tech stocks that led all the returns, led by NVIDIA, but Microsoft and Apple and Tesla, some of the other 7 names, but they were in aggregate up 52%. And so if you were overweight those stocks in your portfolio, you look smart. Virtually nobody was. And so nobody beat the index this year. I mean, I say nobody, but very few active investment managers beat the index because not many people significantly overweighted these stocks, but for certain, very focused growth managers. And then you go down the list, the Russell 3000, which is a broader indication of the U.S. market, was up 23. Emerging markets up 12.5. Developed international up 11.5. So you did okay internationally, but not great. And then trailing the pack was China, which actually had a negative return. This just shows the Magnificent Seven versus the S&P 500, or actually it's a Bloomberg large cap index X the 7. So if you owned all the other stocks except the 7, you had a 17% year. Once again, okay, but the Magnificent Seven just dominated everything. And then finally, this goes back almost 15 years. All the bars on the top are U.S. market indices led by the S&P 500. Everything down below are international indices. And what it says is every dollar you invested internationally over the last 10 or 15 years has lagged the U.S. And that has very honestly hurt us. And it's something we're talking a fair amount about with our board is, is this going to continue? Is the U.S. going to continue to be the strongest performing equity market in the world for the next 5 or 10 years? Or is this going to, quote, revert to the mean? And because U.S. valuations are stretched and more expensive, and it's a healthy debate. But over the last year, we have basically capitulated somewhat and shifted some of our traditional equity exposure out of both emerging and developed international markets back into the U.S. Just because you can't. This trend has just been so powerful. So that's probably one strategic move we made this past year. Long-term results. This is what really counts, not the 1 year number. But if you look at the 3, 5, 7, 10 year numbers, particularly the 5, 7, 10, we're kind of at that 9 to 11%. So once again, outperforming over the long run, well ahead of our primary strategic policy benchmark, well ahead of the 70-30 portfolio, traditional stock bond portfolio for all periods except for 1 year. And for everything 3, 5, 7, 10, we remain in the top decile of performance when compared to peers. Now, this is a BNY Mellon. They come out, that's our custodian bank. They report much more on a timely basis than Cambridge does. So when we get the Cambridge data, we'll update the chart for Cambridge, but we'll be in the top decile in the Cambridge universe as well. This shows the asset class returns. We have 7 primary asset classes on that pie chart I showed. And you can see once again, the hedge funds are in that kind of second and third one in from the left, really outperform their benchmarks pretty dramatically. And this is a 5-year time window. So this is, once again, a longer time window. But the real star of the show is private equity. We've compounded our private equity at 21.5%. The Cambridge benchmark, which is still the best benchmark bar on the chart at 14.5%, is not a bad place to invest. But we've far exceeded the return on the benchmark for private equity. So we have a great private equity portfolio. We also, in addition to being top decile, we protect in down markets. This slide shows it. Anytime over the last 20 years when the S&P has been down more than 10%, we're down about a third as much as the S&P in each one of these downdrafts. So we produce good returns on the upside, but we protect in down markets. This is our, once again, I apologize for the formatting of the slide, but the blue bars is our long-term returns. This goes all the way out to 20 years, 5, 10, 15, 20. The green bar is that CPI plus 5.5. And that used to run around 7.5 when CPI was running at 2. You can see everything is above 8 now, all the way back to 20 years. And the most recent one is actually over 9. You can't see it. It's hidden there, but it's 9.7. A 70-30 stock bond portfolio really doesn't keep up. So that's why we invest in alternatives, because that's the way to add value as well as protecting the downside. And for each of these periods, we've easily outperformed our long-term objective of the CPI plus 5.5. And this is the really fun slide. This is the dollars, but this goes back 10 years. 10 years ago, the Chapel Hill Investment Fund was at $2.6 billion. Over the 10 years, we've distributed $2 billion for program support. We've added $1.3 billion in additions, but the value has more than doubled after distributing $2 billion over the last 10 years. And once again, the investment gains are in excess of the original market value and almost in excess of the original market value plus all the dollars added. So what we do is each year we distribute, and we do it on a per share basis. I don't want to get into the minutia of this slide, but we don't use like a 3-year moving average of market value or returns or anything. Each year, we increase the prior year's distribution for each unit in the fund by something exceeding inflation. And so over the last 5 years, for instance, while inflation has been running at 4.2% annually, the distribution has increased by 5.2% annually. So that's once again our objective of distributing dollars that exceed the amount of annual inflation over periods of time. But the real point here is, except for that one blip back in the financial crisis of 09-10, this has gone from lower left to upper right consistently. So it allows departments at the university and the financial area at the university to plan for what's the spending going to be next year and the year after, because we can give them some estimates about how we think this is going to continue to grow. And then once again, dollars are a better indicator. This shows at June 30, we distributed $240 million to the university, and this has grown pretty consistently from 128 million 10 years ago to 240 million now is how much we distribute out of the fund to each one of these individual underlying programs. So I'm just going to wrap up here. This is my platitude slide. You can kind of look at it, but these are our kind of marching orders, and this slide hasn't changed in at least a decade. If you want to find further resources about either the annual or about CHIF or the UNC Investment Fund, the Chapel Hill Fund or the UNC Investment Fund, on the UNC Management Company website, uncmc.unc.edu, you'll see links to the most recent report. We're working on the fiscal 24 reports now, but these are the 23s are up on the website now. And so wrapping up, we had a great year. Our long-term numbers are still good. And the one last thing I will mention while I'm up here, about a month ago, Trustee Jalea Taylor organized a call with a newly formed investment advisory committee here on campus, and I was, I guess, the initial guest speaker, and it was a really good call. I think it was a productive call, because what I was trying to do was sort of introduce some of these basic notions of what an endowment is, what the endowment represents to the university, what it is in, but also the complexity of our portfolio and how many managers we use, the underlying, sort of that it's not what I think, some people may think it's a very simple, we own some stocks and bonds, and it's clearly not that. And so I in a very brief fashion, tried to walk that committee through some of the complexity of what we do and how we do it. And I think it went pretty well. Would you agree with that? Okay, good. So with that, I'll take questions.
Any questions? Trustee Blaine. Yeah. So most of the money currently being raised by the university is raised through the various foundations, whether they be at the schools or in the case of the Central University, it's the UNC-Chapel Hill Foundation. So this thing called the statutory endowment is a little bit of a legacy. It's funds that were raised before all these foundations were established. That's one answer. The other answer is, for many, many years, the state had what was called a matching professorship program, where if the school went out and raised money to hire hire an endowed professor, the state would match the funds. But the state required those professorships to be housed in the statutory endowment of each institution. It wasn't just Chapel Hill, but it was all the schools in the system. So that actually resulted in a fair amount of additions to the statutory endowment as dollars were raised, but found a home there. But like I say, a lot of the fundraising activity that takes place now is at the foundation level. Yeah, once again, we manage the money. So I observe how but I'm not the person to talk about how the dollars are spent. So. Trustee Cotis.
Yeah, and you've probably already covered this with Trustee Taylor before, but because it hasn't been widely reported and there's a lot of misinformation out there, just to be clear, UNCIF is not funded by tuition. Rather, it subsidizes tuition and university operations.
That's correct. One of the points I made on that call was tuition dollars and state appropriations do not get invested in the UNC Investment Fund or the Chapel Hill Investment Fund or those funds that are broadly defined as endowment. Those are revenue streams to the university that are invested in bank accounts to be spent.
Right. And the fund is not controlled by the Board of Trustees or the Chancellor. It's independent.
There's an independent Chapel Hill Investment Fund Board of Directors. Now, there are trustees, there are university senior officials that are ex officio board members of that. And this board elects 6 endowment fund members that are also on that SHIFT board. So while your statement is true, the trustees have a lot of input on as to who serves on that board.
Okay. And again, it's investing in, when you're hiring an investment manager, they're the ones picking the stocks, not UNCIF. You're, again, indirectly you are if you're picking the investment fund, but you are not choosing them.
Right. So we turn virtually all the Social Security selection or investment selection. We give the managers pretty much full discretion. We have investment management agreements that ring fence kind of what their activities can be, but they have full discretion as to what assets they put in the fund. And another nuance here that I don't want to, once again, I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but within those, the vast bulk of our funds are in what's called commingled vehicles. It's like a mutual fund or an ETF, but they're all over in all the asset classes. And we don't own direct ownership in stocks or securities. We own ownership in the vehicle. And so it may seem like, maybe a minor point, but it's actually, it's more than that, and that we don't own the underlying stocks. We're not beneficial owners of the underlying stocks. We own another entity, an interest in another entity that owns the underlying stocks. So we're
right. And to follow up on that, for instance, to ban a stock out of that portfolio, you would need the agreement of the other owners of that portfolio and the investment manager to make that change.
Or terminate that manager.
That's right. That would be the only way you could effectively reduce.
Yeah.
Okay. And then one more question. Have you looked at the implications of various tax proposals that are being floated around and the impact on the fund?
We look at them. I'd say we will be reactive, not proactive, in the sense that there's so much uncertainty around a lot of these things. And a lot of them have very, what I'll call more secondary than primary effect on what we do. That's a cryptic answer, but
corporate income tax changes.
Yeah, that and the way investment managers are, i.e. the way carried interest is taxed to our general partners actually has an impact on the way funds are structured.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Chairman Pryor.
John, just in light of Trustee Blaine's question, I think it'd be helpful if you take us back, way back when various facets of the university and departments had their own endowments, and the Herculean work of Max Chapman to change that model, and just how arduous it was and how we now have a much better functioning system than we had back then.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, we could spend a long time on this, but I'll make it pretty short. The public university started what I'll call private fundraising activity meaningfully in probably the 70s and 80s. That's when they realized that they couldn't, that they could do a lot if they raised private funds. And that's when a lot of these foundations were established. But here, this is a very decentralized campus. So each one of these foundations I speak of was formed, and they all were investing their own foundation dollars using whatever their board determined was okay. So many were using banks, North Carolina banks or the like. Some, I said this jokingly one time, but I was aware of it. We were using the neighbor's, the neighbor's son-in-law or something. So it was very decentralized. And Max Chapman, who really did a Herculean effort, said this is crazy. If we bring all these foundation dollars into a single pool and have it professionally managed, we can accomplish a lot, economies of scale, but also to make sure that it is professionally managed and there's nothing going on that that could be a problem. And so that took place in the 90s essentially. And that's when the CHIF was formed. And then, like I say, as we flipped the calendar into 2000, we said, Chapel Hill has now come up with a great solution to this. let's open it up to the other schools in the system.
Thank you.
Trustee Lloyd.
Hey, John, congratulations and thank you for the great work you and your team do and for the relationships that you have built over your many years of service and how that helps the university. Could you characterize whether there are positives or negatives around the fact that we also manage $5.5 billion on behalf of our peer institutions? Is it all positive that we're $11.1 billion? Are there any negatives or conflicts of interest where we could deploy more UNC funds if we didn't have pro rata allocations, et cetera, those kinds of things?
That's a very complicated question to give a straight answer to in this. I think on balance, it works for everyone's benefit to be 11 billion rather than 5.6. We get more access to funds. A lot of what we do is getting access to funds that don't, you have to pass their hurdle, their criteria to be allowed to be an investor in their funds. We don't pick them, they pick us in many regards. And so, having a bigger asset size helps in that regard. It also allows us to do, I would say, kind of more interesting things because we can write bigger checks. And yet we're not too big. Like once you get to the $100 billion asset size, your hands are tied as to what you can do because you have to move them. You can't put $20 million with a venture capital fund because you got to move the needle. So it's actually a really nice sweet spot where we are right now. And I can tell you that the vast bulk of the schools that invest alongside us just appreciate what we do so much. Yeah. The only school that has $0 is UNC Greensboro. For better, for worse. And yeah. No.
East Carolina.
You know what it is, and this may be a mistake. Elizabeth City had such a small endowment that it almost wasn't. I think I'm not sure we included them in the. And I got to be a little careful. This is an open meeting, and I want to be careful that I don't say anything that comes across negatively. Because even now we will help them or anybody else that will come to us for assistance.
Trustee Bronner.
I've been around this business for 25 years, and I have to say the numbers you present today are probably the most extraordinary numbers I've ever seen. So thank you. Your team deserves all the credit. I was thinking about if Vice Chancellor Andreessen was here, and I told him that someone was giving us $1 billion, he'd ask if they wanted a statue or a parade. Or both. And we give them both. The difference between your performance and top quartile performance over 10 years is over $1 billion. So to you and your team, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So thanks, Brad.
Thank you, Mr. King.
All right.
As always. Any additional questions of Mr. King or anybody? Okay. One item of business. Can I have a motion to move the items under advanced planning, spending authority, designer selection approval, designer approval, and self-liquidating debt to the consent agenda tomorrow? Do I have a motion to do that? I have a motion from Vice Chair Cotis. Do I have a second? I have a second from Trustee Meekins. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed? All right. This committee stands adjourned. Thank you.
Guess we're not getting their tuition over here. Guess we're not talking tuition.
Not in this one.
Yeah. This is just an update.
We do need to hear from Vice Chancellor Knuppman on a finance update. I apologize.
I've heard about it.
I apologize. Vice Chancellor Knuppman, I owe you an apology. I'm sorry. I had it written down. I wanted to make sure I got those consent agenda items on because I had McClure over here in my ear going, make sure you get those on the consent agenda. And I forgot about you. So I would never totally forget you
No
for all
problem.
your good work. By the way, let's give you a round of applause. You know, the budget work that your office and this board has done over the last 5 years has contributed to our ability to enter the self-liquidating debt market and have a high bond rating. My meetings with you have all been great. Our budget is in fantastic shape, and you get a lot of credit for that. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Team effort. Let's see if I can get this. There we go. So today in the finance update, I want to really revisit tuition and fees. It's hard to believe it's that time of year again. So three main objectives today. One, just a quick refresh on the tuition and fee process. We'll be bringing you formal recommendations for your action in November. So this is just a warm up today. One. Two, want to discuss and review our non-resident tuition pricing strategy and how that's been working. And number three, I want to discuss potential fee increase to support a campus rec and wellness facility. So first on the process, and again, this is a process with many steps, very robust. We've sent out guidance to schools. We are now in that stage where we are just beginning to start to put together our campus committees that have representation all across campus. And thank you in advance to board members who may be volunteering your time in that process. Again, we will be bringing recommendations at the end of that process to this body for action in November. That's not the end of the process. They then go to the system office for Board of Governor review in December and into January, March, where there is typically a final action by the Board of Governors. One key variable in that process is guidance we get each year from the system office. There are categories of the guidance. First, on fees, the Board of Governors is looking closely at this and scrutinizing those. Again, they're subject to a 3% statutory cap year over year. And again, what are those mandatory fees? What are the general fees that we're talking about? There's 6 categories: student activity fee, athletics, health, campus security, ed and tech, education and technology, and then debt service. So those are the 6 areas. We also have special fees these are just fees charged to an individual program for unique costs. Again, very limited circumstances in which we may apply special fees. No application fees on tuition. No increase for North Carolina undergraduate residents for the 8th year in a row. So again, you see that commitment to affordability. We can consider increases to graduate students and non-resident undergrads. So a little bit about the areas that we'll be bringing through this process, both the Board of Trustees and the Board of Governors for approval. Start over there on the right with fees. Again, the fees, what separates these things? When we talk about tuition, we talk about fees. What are these? Fees, the rates are identical for residents, non-residents, undergrad, grad. And the idea being the fee money generated must support the activity for which it was charged and has to stay there. And there are policies and guidance from the system kind of around that. When we talk about tuition, the other 2 columns, the yellow and the red, we're really split it into 2 types. You've got campus-based tuition and school-based tuition. Campus-based tuition, it's almost your base tuition. It really applies to students, undergrad, grad, resident or non-resident. For residents, there's the guidance is we need to stay in the bottom quartile of our public peers. For non-residents, the guidance is to be market-driven and reflect full cost. On the school-based tuition side, that's the add-on, and it's only at the graduate and professional level. So again, campus-based tuition, undergrad, resident, non-resident, and grad, base. School-based tuition add-on just on the graduate and professional side. And it's differentiated for different markets. So you might see one program be priced much, much higher than another based on that school-based tuition differential. But when we go through and we actually look at an increase every year, the amount might be the same, is typically the same for residents and non-residents. I do want to make a point on that. piece because it's been a subject of conversation with this body in the past. So the increases we bring on school-based tuition for professional programs typically will be the same dollar amount for residents and non-residents. Percentage wise, it may even look like it's a higher percent for residents than non-residents. That does not mean there is not differential between how residents and non-residents are priced for graduate programs. And you can see this more easily. Let's see, in this next slide, you can see that difference or that differential between residents and non-residents is really in that campus-based tuition, that blue piece. That base tuition is very different between non-residents and residents. The yellow piece being about the same on the school-based tuition. So if we bring school-based tuition increases to you and they're the same dollar amount, the idea of keeping that differential in aggregate in mind. There's also a series of charges that the Board of Trustees alone acts on. So there are these miscellaneous charges. You see the orientation, graduation, transportation, and parking. We will be bringing a little bit on transportation and parking to this body for action in November. A series there. And then also the other big area is housing and dining rates. So both, we set those rates. There's a significant process on campus to collect input, student advisory groups. The rates are typically based on costs, market, capital plans. As you know, pandemic wiped out a lot of what we had for reserves. We're in this posture where we're rebuilding some of that. And with an idea toward growth, there's a renewed emphasis on being able to make sure our pricing supports any capital expansion there. So again, we'll be bringing more information to you in November. So I want to get to the two big substantive areas I mentioned. So getting into undergraduate non-resident tuition. So I want to draw your attention to that, I guess the light blue. So that's the undergraduate side over here. And here we're just looking at how UNC-Chapel Hill is priced relative to our public peers. And if we focus on that non-resident column, you'll see we're priced at $41,200. You can see our public peer average is nearly $46,000, so significantly below that. You also can just look at the rate of increase. So this is just the most recent percentage change year over year. You can see we were at 4.8%. It was really 5. We've been talking about 5. This is tuition and fees. So when you include both, it's 4.8. Compared to our peers, that's higher than the public peer average at 3.3, but it is in line with Michigan, Cal Berkeley, and UCLA. So kind of that's how things look in the most recent comparison. If we kind of look at just a little bit further back and just what's been happening with undergraduate non-resident tuition and our changes, you can see.
Sure. Yes. Never been told I needed one of these. How much does it cost to educate a undergraduate non-resident student at Chapel Hill on average? And the subsequent question to that is, does the tuition and fees fully cover that cost if you incorporate all the various other taxpayer support that's come in over time on the physical campus and stuff?
It's a difficult question to answer, just given the academic, which major and how we distribute aggregate costs at the institution. But it's roughly in line with where we price, and we keep that guidance in mind because that guidance from the system office is to price non-resident to cover the full cost.
So you feel like we're relatively close to that, depending on how you account for the long-term cost. Okay.
Okay. Quick follow-up to that. So if, for instance, we took that non-resident tuition of 40,000 and said that that was going to be the maximum funding model from the state and other sources to provide new funding for the university, that 40,000 would cover everything, real estate expansion, all the costs. The 40 is fully loaded, or do we know if that's a fully loaded cost? Everything.
I think I'd want to do a little more homework on the question and bring some more information back to you. It gets, when you're allocating some of those costs, I think there's a lot of judgment involved with how that gets spread and how it gets allocated to individual students depending.
Thank you. Floor's yours,
Thank
Chancellor.
you. So this slide really is just an effort to try to look at the most recent history and what we've done with undergraduate non-resident changes. So you can see in 2021, we were flat. We went up a little bit in 21, 22, 22, 23. In 23, remember a conversation with this body about our strategy, trying to get closer to our public peer average and to really close that gap. And how were we going to do that? Really in a posture of a series of 5% increases. And so you see those first two that have taken shape in academic year 23, 24 and academic year 24, 25. What does that look like? What does that look like when we extend that out and compare it kind of on this line charts? And so here you can see what that looks like with our peers. First, you see Carolina's undergraduate non-resident tuition and fees in the blue underneath, and you can see our rate of increase there. But the yellowish, I guess yellow color is the peer average. And so you can see that it is above where we're at, but you can see we're slightly closing that gap, but there's still quite a distance. And then really up above, you see in green the top 5 publics, which many would argue is a more direct or a more accurate representation of our true competition. And so I think, this raises, you can see again, we've increased undergraduate non-resident 5% the last 2 years. You can see it's slightly closing that gap with the peer average, but really almost in line with what's happening at the top 5 publics. And so it raises, I think, a couple important questions for this body thinking moving forward. One, what is our goal? Should it be that peer average, or really should it really be more of that top 5 who we compete against more accurately? And then two, that rate of increase, at 5%, it was, again, modest improvement, if any, in closing that gap. Should a more aggressive strategy be considered? And so I think what we're raising, and you can see in that dotted line for consideration, and really what we're recommending is a more aggressive strategy to really match that top 5 and get there on a quicker time frame. And so you can see in the one dotted line, you can see a first year increase in the 10% range, and then really moving in 7% and really trying to close that gap very meaningfully by 2030. And so again, that's just for consideration at this point, where we have some process to work through on campus to get to that stage, but wanted to start to socialize this with this body.
Mr. Vice, I've got a quick question on that, and I see that Vice Provost, I guess, Feldman is here. On whether there's been a market survey on whether the incremental increase would change the mix of out-of-state students that are attracted to the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Whether there's been a survey or it's kind of some work put into that.
Yeah. So we haven't done a formal market survey like you're talking about, but when you see my slides in the University Affairs Committee, you'll see the number of applications we're getting from out of state has grown dramatically through the years. So I think that we can feel pretty confident, at least in the near term, that demand for North Carolina would not be significantly negatively affected. I also would say we're a very generous university that gives financial aid to people both in and out of state, not to excess, but to make it affordable. That would also offset any negative demands or the burden on existing students who are here and would experience this increase.
Great, thanks. I didn't think there, just anecdotally, and some that I have.
I look forward to sharing the slides at University Affairs.
Trustee Taylor.
I was just going to ask, is the demand or the increase in tuition fees for non-residents or out-of-state students, is that happening nationally across campuses?
Yeah, we're seeing, and we try to look at that comparison in our peer set, at least our public peer set that we most closely monitor, and at least in our public peer set, that average, I think, was 3.3 or so. And then, but of the group that we're most closely competitive with, it was really right in line with what we've been doing in that 5%.
Trustee Patel.
Yeah, I think it was about 3 years ago when I first came on and we started talking about this, and if you look at the charts, we were at, 0.8, 0.7, I mean, some of those increases. And I agree, I read through the University Affairs stuff, that application load has not gone down. Until we see a decline in return on investment, I mean, I say we need to get up there and be competing with the top 5 peers.
Trustee Cotis.
And I think it's important that we just remember the Constitution of North Carolina, and that we are a state university, and that Constitution requires, now it doesn't give us any leeway, it requires that we provide the benefits of the university to the people of the state, not the people of other states, as free as practicable. And if we don't cover fully our cost for those out-of-state students, and if we don't charge them as much as the market will bear, then we're not fulfilling that constitutional obligation. So I think that we're on the right track with the more accelerated curve, but we need to make sure that we're actually competing with our peers, but also covering all of our costs as well.
Okay. Trustee Lloyd.
I don't know if you know the answer, maybe someone on the board does, and I appreciate Trustee Cotis's comment, and also appreciate the affordability as a parent. It's very nice to write, a check for $4,500 a semester. We're the second lowest in the country. We like to say we haven't raised tuition in 8 years, even on in-state students. But why isn't it good enough to be among the lowest, or the lowest, but to relieve some of the burden that we placed on the good people who run the university, who are trying to do so much with so little? I don't understand the trade-off that we're making to be able to say 8 years in a row with no increase. We could do a cost of living increase. We could still be the lowest and charge more, which would reflect our market value. This education here is worth more than $4,500 a semester. We could still affirm, as practicable as possible, that it's affordable. We do provide more financial aid than most universities. But when I was able to sit in some of the chancellor's working groups and see the strain and the burden on morale and on just the ability to serve our students, and good people who want to serve our students and who are trying to do so with both hands tied behind their back, I don't think it's the right choice. I think we need to advocate to whichever bodies are determining, whether that's the system office, the Board of Governors, the General Assembly, that we can be affordable and inexpensive, but do more to support the people who run the university, including our faculty.
Chancellor Roberts.
Thank you, Trustee Lloyd. So this is Board of Governors policy. It came up at the Board of Governors meeting last week. Because it's a system-wide policy, it affects all of our system schools, most of which have lower tuition than we have, and don't necessarily have the same resources that we have for generating overhead receipts. So there's considerable pressure from around the system there's a lot of pride in having kept in-state tuition flat for the past 8 years, but there's also recognition that it can't stay flat indefinitely, particularly with inflation up about 20% over the relevant time period. It's also worth recognizing that we have a guarantee that keeps tuition from rising for a student during their 4 years enrolled. And it's a system-wide policy, which means that the effect of any tuition increase takes 4 years to fully receive the revenue benefit of. So given the discussion of the Board of Governors last week, I think that the board and the system are beginning to think about how we move off of the flat in-state tuition over the foreseeable future.
Chairman Pryor, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to ask the composition of the 5 publics that are in our peer group. Could you?
Michigan, UCLA, Cal Berkeley, and University of Virginia.
So, okay.
We excluded ourselves.
Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Cotis, real quick.
I would just reiterate that the Constitution calls for us to be as free as practicable. And that's why the goal is 0. if we're shooting for something. And historically, we've seen tuition out of control. That's why we have a student debt crisis. And I think, being mindful of cutting spending and allocating resources appropriately is the first step. And I think we've done some of that, but there's always more to do. But we also have the generosity of the taxpayers of the state that fund a significant amount of our cost. And that's one of the reasons we're able to hold the cost the way we have.
Okay, Vice Chancellor Knuppin.
So I'm gonna switch gears over to fees. This conversation really extends from really our chancellor work group on the physical master plan. And during that process, we identified an urgent need to address campus infrastructure. And at the top of that list was really addressing the campus rec and wellness center. And this is something that the group felt was core to the student experience, was taken aback by how far behind we are relative to our peers. And we're saying all of this before we even embark on a bigger enrollment growth strategy that would put even more strain on that system. We also felt like in that work group that we needed to really maximize revenue sources and be creative. To that end, we're considering a 3%, so that statutory maximum 3% increase in fees for 4 consecutive years. And that would be to help support that new campus rec center. And you'll hear more about the rec needs and other pieces in the November meeting. This meeting and the information today isn't about an in-depth version of that, but we wanted to just go ahead and get the Board of Trustees at least grounded in this idea, and then also just quickly review where we've been at with what we've been doing with fees and how it fits. So you see here, if you look at focus on the percent increase column, you can see what we've done with fees. We've generally been incredibly affordable. We'll look at the comparative data in a second, how we look like within the UNC system. But over the 5 years, we've a net increased by 1%. If you look at how we compare within the system, you see, again, UNC-Chapel Hill with that relatively flat line since 12-13. The bottom, the next closest institution within the UNC system in terms of, again, aggregate fee load is NC State, which is more than or roughly $500 more per student. And then really the UNC system average, you see it in that top line in the darker blue or black. And you see that almost at $2,800 per student. So again, significantly above where we're at. If you think about the proposed increase or the idea that we're thinking about, which is again, that 3% increase, which is roughly equivalent to $50. And if we did that for 4 consecutive years, that would raise ours about $200. You can see where that would fit on that graph. So we are under the 1,800 mark. You'd see we'd be below 2,200, even with the $400 at the end of those 4 years, still below NC State. And that's before knowing if they would be increasing their fees during that 4-year time period, which they likely would be. So again, just to give you context for where that would fit in and how we're thinking about this, that would not be the only source of revenue we'd be looking at for a project like that. There's a role for fundraising, and there may be some cash balances or reserves that we would be able to use as well to make the project a reality.
And I will say that Vice Chancellor Knuppman's office has done a great job at engaging students on this matter. He's met with lots of undergrad and graduate representatives about if this is something that students would like to see. And I think despite having such a diverse university and student body, this is something that a lot of students would get behind. I mean, I think of the times when I just go to the gym and, I have to turn away because it's so crowded. So I really support a project like this.
Trustee Bronner.
Yeah, I absolutely echo those comments and really thank former student body president Everett for raising the student rec center to our attention last year. For all those who took that tour, it's pretty unavoidable conclusion that you get to on what we need to do with all the focus on mental health and wellness of our students. This is an essential project. We have at least this vote of raising fees to support that project. We'll talk about housing, which is the other big takeaway from the campus master plan task force next, but both those two things are pretty high priorities in my view.
Trustee Blaine?
Vice Chancellor, I don't think the Promise program locks in tuition for out-of-state students for 8 consecutive semesters, correct? It only applies to state students. So listening to kind of some of the things that were said, I would be very curious if the board supports it to see some idea of a proposal along these lines. I think the student body president and her predecessor have made a really compelling argument about the importance of improving the infrastructure that our students use. You look at some of the other schools like UNC-Charlotte around the system, we have third-class facilities compared to them. I don't really think there's anything in question there. I also agree with what Trustee Cotis said as it relates to our constitutional obligations to keep our education here as close to free as practicable. I think the legislature has an obligation and taxpayers have supported them in providing us with funding so we don't have to raise tuition. I hope that continues. I think it would be, I would be open to raising fees by 3% if that's what you propose. But one of the things I think that greatly frustrates me about government bureaucracies in general and universities specifically is we already have close to $2,000 fees. I'd be far more interested in raising fees 3% if you could tell me what 3% of that $2,000 at the next meeting is least efficient and accomplishing the least. And what I would like to do is redirect our least efficient 3% towards these student services and raise our fees 3% on top of that so we can really make some progress. I also think based on the system board's direction and just I think generally Vimal said this, he's not here today, but that we really ought to, the state taxpayers shouldn't be subsidizing out-of-state students' tuition. In light of the enrollment committee's proposals forthcoming, I think it is imperative that we move rapidly to get our out-of-state tuition fully covering expenses plus long-term costs and in line with our peers. So I have no problem at all with seeing a proposal to raise out-of-state tuition. You've got 10% here. I would generally be in support of that. I think I'd like to see that proposal. The last thing that I want to raise is, and we're going to get to it, is I think part of that too is food and housing costs. And we've had a general policy of covering those costs, but not necessarily covering the long-term maintenance, upgrades that need to be wound into that. So I think this is the year to get our house in order on all these things. And I think your proposal on housing and meal cost ought to incorporate not just the full real cost of providing the services, but also the deferred maintenance costs and prospective improvements going forward. And we ought to just go ahead and get in the habit of doing that now. So, and just ripping the Band-Aid off so that in the future, when we tackle these things, they won't be as dramatic a set of changes. So anyway, I don't know where everybody else is on that, but
I second the motion.
Okay. I'd love to see a proposal in that vein. And again, showing us that you can prioritize existing student fees towards what students say are the most important is a very important part of this to me.
Thanks for that feedback. Well, the student fees are we would go through this process to adjust those. So we can go through that process. There's a student fee audit committee, SFAC. There's a student fee advisory subcommittee, and then there's a tuition fee advisory task force. There's acronyms for all those, but there are a lot of bodies that get together that would go through a process to evaluate any changes to it. So if we were reallocating resources, we could have that conversation in those contexts.
Yeah, Vice Chancellor, it might be helpful to have a deconstructed model of those fees to show board members where those fees are allocated. Can your office produce that for the board?
Yeah, we can break out how the types of activity that's supported. Each one's kind of named in a general area. our student activity fee actually has more detail in it than most campuses. So most campuses don't break theirs out. We have like, I want to say 15 plus charges underneath there where you can see the individual components of the student activity fee and what they're going to support. We're not quite as precise in the others. So, education and technology fee, we could spell that out a little bit more. Campus security, those other areas. Yeah, it's the area that's benefiting from the fee. So if it's a health fee and it's campus health, the point being that they're really trying to balance meeting their needs, providing health services at the lowest fee charged possible.
How do we define our peers?
The Board of Governors, it's actually, we use the Board of Governor peer set. So they go through a process on a periodic basis. I want to say every 5 to 7 years, they look at and review our peers. And so those are typically what we use for this process.
So I'm not familiar with that. Does that include schools where we are losing students? So a student's been accepted here, they've been accepted somewhere else, and they choose somewhere else over here to go to school. Does that figure into how our peers are determined?
I think there's direct competition. I think that is a component. So they do look at patterns on where students are attending, academic profile, size of the body, like the public peer set you can see here in this chart. So you can see our public peers there. Again, scale and academic reputation being in line.
The reason that I ask is, I appreciate the list, and there's certainly a number of great schools on that list. As a parent who has children that are immediately postgraduate in college now and soon to be, I see where my kids' friends and my children are interested in going. And some of the schools where we are losing applicants and people that have been accepted are not included on that list. And I think that they should be, because if a student is accepted at UNC-Chapel Hill, but they decide to go somewhere else, there could be any number of reasons, but it could be because of the facilities that are offered. It could be because of some of the programs, maybe the housing, et cetera. And I think we need to take that into account more so than strictly academic standing. And I think we need to take those types of considerations into account as well. Thank you. Vice Chancellor Knuffman, you about done?
I am.
Okay. No, I'm not trying to push you. We have other committees.
So
I am trying to push you.
Fair enough. A quick wrap up. So non-resident tuition increase proposal, again, just a preview in November, likely bringing that. We'll have a series of school-based tuition proposals. The fee increase is in good feedback on that subject about supporting the campus rec center. And then to Trustee Blaine's comments about housing and dining, we will have more information on that, but again, a potentially more aggressive strategy there. Thanks.
And I know, is Gordon here to do the lease wrap up? But why don't we, board members can look at that in your board material. And if we have some follow-up questions, we'll provide an opportunity for that at the next board meeting. Anything else? And again, I apologize for moving along extra quick. Hearing no other business in front of the committee today, we stand adjourned. Thank you. And audit, finance, risk management, I think is next. Is that correct? Thank you. Chair Patel.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the September meeting of the Audit, Compliance, and Risk Management Committee. As chair of the committee, I must remind all members of their duty under the State Government Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearance of conflicts of interest. If you know of any conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the committee today, please identify yourself at this time. Hearing none, I'll ask Mr. McClure to call roll.
Chair Patel.
Here.
Vice Chair Turner.
Here.
Mr. Bolick. Mr. Briner. Mr. Codis. Ms. Lloyd. Mr. Pryor.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. Our first item of business is to review and approve the open minutes from the May 15th, 2024 meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes of the May 15th meeting? Do I have a second? Second. Any discussion or debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? No, motion carries. The next items are for review for information only. At this time, I would ask our Chief Audit Officer, Mr. Dean Weber, to present these items to us. Mr. Weber.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members, chancellor, and guests. First of all, if you're not wearing your new bling today, or if you need it, please see Trustee Codis or myself. I have some extra. Thank you for providing that. I appreciate it. Before the committee, as indicated, we have four information items for review. The first is the fiscal year 2024 internal audit work plan, which a copy of that is included in your agenda materials. This communication provides annual reporting to the Board of Trustees, to university leadership, and to our constituent groups as well across the state on an update on Carolina's internal audit operation and the work that we performed during the course of the year. The document provides a summary overview of audit initiatives and provides accountability for the work performed and the resources invested in the internal audit function here at the university. Within the brochure, there's a table of contents that outlines 13 specific topics. These points are shown here on the slide, and they kind of depict the department's mission and vision. Talks a little bit about reporting, our performance indicators, accounting for audit hours, and various other attributes. This is a full list. I'm just going to touch on a few of the highlights here today. Important to the university's commitment to high ethical standards and the enforcement of policies and procedures links us back to fraud, waste, and abuse reporting. And to accomplish that, the university employs Carolina Ethics Line. While the Office of Internal Audit does not specifically have ownership of that hotline, a lot of our work and referrals, special projects and investigations come through that. So it's important to highlight that each year as a component of good stewardship of resources and as a means to anonymously or self-identifying reporting known instances where audit should come in and perhaps take a look and provide some feedback. The internal audit work plan was developed based on a risk assessment of university operations. Projects efforts focused on the 6 distinct categories of audit listed there on the slide, those audit categories. They comprise compliance, consulting, advising, financial, operational, technology audits, and then carryover audits that are following from one year into the next work plan. 25 reports were issued this year sustaining planned audits. The chart identifies the status of audits completed and underway at June 30th. 2 projects were not completed, and that was really due to insufficient audit resources to do that. And I'm not saying that as being alarming. It's typically how our work plan, we project a progressive audit work plan each year. It's our roadmap for our work, and we tick those projects off as we work through the year. Sometimes we don't get to all of them. Sometimes we do. 4 audits were underway at the end of the fiscal year, which carried forward into our current year, 2025 work plan year. And I'm happy to report that all those have since been completed with the issuance of final reports during the first quarter. In fiscal year 24, the Office of Internal Audit took on 12 special project engagements. Time is routinely built into our work plan for completion of special project work. The list of projects here comprise a variety of different types of work that we did. Some were investigative, attestation, analysis, and then technical assistance projects. The fiscal year work plan was built on the top 5 ERM risks, the university's strategic plan, feedback obtained from executive leadership and members of this committee as well, a financial assessment and assessment of the external risk landscape within higher education. That's what built the development of the projects that populated the work plan. That resulted in 27 engagements and then 4 carryover projects that we had from fiscal year 23. And we also budget 6 special projects within our work plan each year. And those are to address emerging risks. So in total, we had 37 projects, the bottom line there, totaled for anticipated completion. And we estimated that to take a little over 10,000 hours to complete. This table provides an account here of our planned against our actual engagements, both engagements completed and the hours it took to complete that work. Work plan outcomes achieved 94% completion of our projects that we had planned to do. And really, that really puts us in a good place. It's one of our higher higher marks that we have attained over the course of the last few years. So I'm proud of that work, and really, it shows the good work of the team in getting us to this point. The next area of focus is the disposition and follow-up of audit report recommendations by campus units. So what this means is when we issue an audit report, we have an audit finding. Those are sent out and we track those for follow-up, completion, and implementation. When we started off the year, we had 35 carry forward. We added 42 recommendations to that bank. We closed out 45 and leaving us with 32. Of those 32, 8 are open and currently in process of review, and the remaining 24 are not yet due for completion based on the timeline for recommended implementation. Lastly, I just want to highlight the Office of Internal Audit time allocation hours. We track hours for all of our engagements that we do throughout the course of the year. And we have a goal of working to attain 70% on professional activities. So that's actual audit hours and audit related duties. We met that plan this year. So I'm happy to report on that. And you'll see the various components of time, our engagements, audit duties, employee leave, 17%, administration, training, and follow-up activities. We did encounter a greater amount of employee leave this year with the number of employees previously being SHRA employees. They earned less leave. They switched to EHRA, and there's a greater leave opportunity for them under that new classification. This is just a quick depiction of our team. I'm happy to highlight the diversity of our team as well as the credentials and that they bring forth and contribute to our work. During the year, we welcomed a new staff member from the Penn State University. Additionally, 5 members recently completed certified internal audit review courses in preparation for advanced certifications. We have a wide variety, as you can see, of qualified individuals with numerous certifications, and we're in a position well equipped to meet the vast audit work that's presented to us during the course of the year. Giving back to the profession is also important. And I'd like to highlight that several of my team members also support volunteering at the Association of College and University Auditors and the local chapter of the Certified Fraud Examiners as well. So I know that's a lot of information, but in summary, I believe we experienced really a productive year, and that was achieved through the excellent support through executive leadership here and through this board as well. So I thank you for that. Any questions?
Any questions of Mr. Weber? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next item. The next item on our agenda is to hear an update on UNC Policy 1300.7.1R, a new UNC system regulation regarding internal audit reporting relationships at constituent university institutions. Mr. Weber.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to provide this as a brief update. This was some new legislation that was published by the System Office on August 31st of 2024. And the regulation was reviewed and approved by the system president for inclusion in the UNC policy manual that regulates the processes supporting internal audit across all system universities. The full exhibit is contained in your materials, marked as Exhibit 1. The communication really focuses on 3 key points, and that's establishing appropriate reporting lines for internal auditors, critical to achieving the required independence, objectivity, and organizational position within the organization. It also talks about the chief auditor's reporting relationship with the university's most senior executive and the audit committee, and it addresses information reporting requirements to the system office and other external entities. The North Carolina General Statute requires major state entities to maintain an internal audit function, and they have to comply with the standards of the Institute of Internal Auditors. These points are in alignment with the standards, and I'm just happy to report that we're already fully in compliance with these 3 points based on information contained in our charters and the practices supporting the work that we do. So if there's any questions on that, just happy to address them.
Okay. Hearing, no, we'll continue on. Oh, I'm sorry.
Make sure, so beyond our audit committee, you have the audit committee of the Board of Governors, state auditor's office, and of course, legislative auditability as well, and the governor's auditability. So there are different buckets out there beyond our bucket of audit that come into potentially review where necessary.
Yeah, so we're reporting to those. And then there's also the Council of Internal Audit, which is kind of an advisory board as well. They don't actually come out and do audits, but they promote and provide a lot of the legislation supporting internal audit within the state.
Anybody else? Hearing none, next item, agenda item is to hear a presentation on the university's top 5 enterprise risks.
Yep, thank you. Coming back to circling back on this, right? I know I came before you previously and we presented our top 5 ERM risks. We're required to report that to the system office, and that follows University Policy 1300.7, University Enterprise Risk Management. So each year we work through an effort with leadership and surveys and rankings to determine our top 5 ERM risks. We then report that information back to the system office. The system office also does a similar exercise where they look at it, and they publish the system office risk register. And then they also collectively take information that all the member institutions submit, analyze that, and come up with what they call the constituent institution risk register. So I just wanted to touch on that today and provide a brief overview. For your information, just as a recap, here are the top 5 ERM risks that we determined earlier in the year, and we shared that with you and reported that to the system office. The system risk register, looking at system office operations, focus mainly on 3 areas: talent management, cybersecurity and IT infrastructure, and business operations. You'll note that each of those really carry kind of a few subsets underneath them. For a matter of time, I won't go into those today, but many of those parallel expected practices and risks that have been identified by the greater body of the constituent institutions as well. This slide starts a slide of 3, where we talk about the risk register, the collective information of information that received. First of all, cybersecurity, talent management, and student retention. You'll note that each of those have 4 key risks identified underneath those areas. Similarly, Chapel Hill had some contributions within these categories based on our assessment of top ERM risks. The next 3 are financial, public safety, and mental health. Financial concerns relate to funding models, diversity in funding sources, higher inflation, and delivering professional programming to meet market demands. Public safety risks center around violent crimes and theft, management of hazardous materials, impacts and recovery from severe weather events, and emerging student health concerns. The final 3 focus on, sorry about that, financial management, regulatory compliance, and business continuity. Here again, various points underneath each of those areas. I won't go into detail, but Chapel Hill had categories that we reported that align with these as well. If there's any questions, happy to address them.
Nope. Go ahead, Mr. Godes.
Talk about the intersection of cybersecurity and physical security in terms of someone gaining access to networks or coming into a space, stealing, let's say, a computer or hard drive backups, things like that. How do you handle the intersection of these on the priority?
That's a great question. And, as we identify our top 5, we then are constantly looking at how and what the university is doing to mitigate risks where we can. And the chancellor has been very supportive of that. And he actually instituted the AI and cybersecurity, looking at new trends in technology and how that comes into play through that working group. So that's just one example that you brought up of where a working group directly relates back to and supporting and mitigating risks across the university. So we are cognizant of that. As I mentioned earlier, it builds into our audit plan when we're considering what areas we want to audit, but it goes much broader than that with university leadership actually engaging in and managing those risks as well.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Anybody else?
Yeah, hi. Are there any working groups in place to address talent management and student retention?
Becky, I could refer to that. Working groups addressing talent management.
There's not one of the four working groups not addressing talent. So the chancellor and I have been having conversations about who might be to engage our college community employee forum and our faculty affairs colleagues and others across campus about how to work on some of the talent initiatives. There was in the last round of the strategic plan, an element developed or devoted to building career development and professional development opportunities around talent management. So there are a number of initiatives that have been rolled out as a result of that, but we've not been circled back up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question. And I appreciate your response on that. And that kind of just even goes to further emphasize, while there's the defined top tier initiative working groups that are focusing on this, much additional work is really going on even at the next level down to support these, mitigation of these risks. So good example.
And I would go further. I think some of the student retention is interwoven in some of the different groups that were already created. So whether it's the infrastructure or enrollment growth and retention. So I think some of that's already in there, but and with Becky on the other side, I think we should be in a good path at least. Okay, our final item of business to hear a presentation on the Institute of Internal Auditors' new global internal audit standards self-assessment. Mr. Weber.
That's a mouthful, right?
Oh, yeah.
No, I appreciate that. The Institute of Internal Auditors has standards published, and those have been in place for 10 years. And this last year, they came about an extensive review process for review and discussion to develop what they now refer to as the global audit standards. And that's the standards that all audit shops within the state of North Carolina are required to follow. We did an internal self-assessment of where we are in the space of meeting. If you recall our last QAR, we flying colors and we fully aligned with those standards, but now there's changes. And some of those changes and practices are going to require some adaptations in really documentation or some of the way that we conduct our work. So Kara Hefner is with me today. I'm going to allow her to present on this. She's the individual who actually completed that self-assessment, and she's the expert in that area, and I'll walk you through this presentation.
Great. Thank you, Dean. Let's start with a quick overview of the old standards back in 2017. They were very fragmented. There was a separate standard, separate code of ethics, and the IIA decided to pull it into a more cohesive on the right that has 5 domains, 15 principles, and 52 standards. And don't worry, we're not going to go through every one. There's also going to be topical requirements. The first one coming out is on cybersecurity. So I am a member of the Auditing and Accounting Principles Committee for the ACUA, that Association of College and University Auditors. And I've been working to provide written guidance and creating a testing workbook that all internal auditors across the state or across the nation are using right now. So I'd like to go through the domains very quickly. The first domain is a restatement of the purpose of internal auditing. And I think it really focuses on sharing information to decision makers. And I think this is much more streamlined and cohesive. They told me to go fast, so I'm working on it here. Domain 2 is ethics and professionalism. On the left, I have the 5 principles, and integrity, objectivity, competency, and due professional care. Those were all part of the original code of ethics. And now that's being brought in as standards with additional guidance and also adding a new principle on maintaining confidentiality. There's also extra emphasis on ethical behavior. So what we're going to be doing is we are modifying our procedures manual. Right now, our manual is really more designed at the auditor level, how to complete your audit. We're going to take a step back and include all of the standards that we're talking about today and what our department is going to do to meet them. Also, with the ethical behavior, we're now requiring all auditors to complete at least 2 continuing education credits in ethics. Many of us are already doing so because we are certified, but we have some newer folks that are working on their certifications, and we're all going to abide by this. Domain 3 is about governing, and this is all about you. There's three principles there, and the key changes, I would say the changes for this group are going to be very minimal, and it's really more about kind of regrouping. So you're going to see some enhancements to the charter. Right now, we're working on a red line version of the charter that's going to just align a little bit better. It's going to include, the new purpose, the new standards. It's going to talk about the quality review. It's going to talk about the ethics, independence, objectivity, and ethical culture. It's going to clarify some of the board oversight. Again, we're already doing a great job. It's going to ensure that you approve our resources, that we discuss the sufficiency of resources, which we do, and a few other measures that are going to be very apparent when you see them. And there's a few new required communications. And in fact, today's discussion is one of the requirements that we need to share the new standards with you today. So we'll be updating the charter and get that taken care of shortly. Domain 4 is all about managing internal audit, and that is all about Dean's role as this Chief Audit Officer. Not a whole lot of changes there. There is a new performance management standard. So Dean just went through some of our efforts from last year, and we've met our time budgets. We've met our number of audits that we intended to complete as a minimum. So those are some of the quality elements that we're already doing, but now we're just going to formally define them and make sure that we always share those with you. And the rest is more documentation. There's also a new standard on communicating effectively, more geared towards our clients, but I think our team really does a great job in that. And we do get surveys afterwards to make sure that we're on point. The final domain is on performing internal audits. So that's more geared towards our staff and how we complete the audits. One new significant change is they're going to require in the final reports, we always include management's response, but now it also has to include the owner or the person role who has ownership of that plan and the estimated due date of their action plan. That's something that we've always received behind the scenes, but now it needs to be documented in the final report. So those are really the primary changes that are going on. That's what's going on with the standards. So overall, when I finished our self-assessment, I'm still going to give us that highest rating of generally conforms. I wish they had something a little catchier. But we are generally conforming with the majority of the standards and principles. And those last ones that I kind of critically put in partially, we will be addressing with the new charter, our new procedure manual, some of our new templates, and we'll be good to go for January. Any questions?
Thank you, Karen. Any questions for Karen?
Thank you.
Okay. Hearing none. If there are no further items for the committee's consideration, we will adjourn without objection. think University Affairs is next. 5 minutes? 5 minutes. I know.
We could, everybody could go ahead and take their seats. We go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the September meeting of the University Affairs Committee. As chair of this committee, I must remind all members of their duty under the State Government Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearance of conflict of interest. If you know of any conflict of or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the committee today, please identify it at this time. Hearing none, seeing none, I'll ask Chris McClure to please call the roll.
Chair Jones.
Here.
Vice Chair Lloyd. Mr. Ballantyne. Here. Mr. Bullock. Mr. Bryan.
Here.
Mr. Kalapa. Mr. Patel.
Here.
Mr. Pryor.
Here.
Ms. Taylor. Mr. Turner.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Before we get started, a couple of quick points. The first is I would like to welcome Lee Roberts as the permanent chancellor. I would also like to compliment your choice in neckwear.
Thank you. The athletic director and the provost are both wearing the same.
So obviously there are at least four of us that have
Yes.
excellent
Indeed.
taste in ties. So a couple of weeks ago, I was fortunate enough to speak with Dean Kashuba and would like to relay a quick story from our conversation. Apparently, a number of pharmacy students began the year routinely thanking their professors for teaching their respective classes. I'm not sure if this trend will continue, as I understand pharmacy midterms can be pretty difficult, but in a world where mindfulness and gratitude are bandied about to the point of triviality, it is refreshing to see these ideals exemplified in real life. To these students, thank you for your actions and your leadership. Our university serves a number of incredibly important societal roles. She is the home of groundbreaking research and economic innovation. She is a place where students, regardless of background, can pursue their dreams in an almost unlimited manner. Finally, she is arguably the freest forum of open and civil debate anywhere in our nation. All Tar Heels should be proud of these accomplishments. Unfortunately, while we strive for the ethereal, we sometimes miss the mundane. As the working group's Chancellor Roberts commissioned earlier this year reported, we must repair our buildings. We must expand our enrollment. We must marry our course offerings and degree programs to both student interest and societal demand. We must improve academic and career counseling and increase student access to courses in their intended major. Finally, our faculty and administrative staff must have the resources necessary to perform their respective duties at the highest level. In short, there is much work left to be done. While the Carolina community may see our shortcomings as endearing quirks, people outside the university, including those we would like to become Tar Heels, could perceive them as significant flaws. I challenge the entire Carolina community, our students, alumni, faculty, staff, parents, and friends to redouble our collective efforts as we work together to address these issues and continue moving our great university forward. With that, I would like to go ahead and go to our first action item, which is approval of the minutes. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes from our May 15th meeting? No concerns? Got a motion, may I get a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Nope. Hearing none, seeing none, motion passes. Our next agenda item is a request for discontinuation of the Partnership and Aging Center. Provost Clemens.
Yes, you have my memo on that, which I'll assume you read. Just to give you some context, when I came to my desk, there were a number of these academic and community engagement centers. These are the pan-campus centers reporting to the provost's office. There's another set that report to research. We decided to do some pruning. This was one very small center. It was the residue of some state money that was given for aging research. It was at one time a research center. There are now two big research centers in aging. This was a center doing some community engagement in the North Side community and some other activities. It had a budget enough for one personnel, which is the director. and one gift. So I asked the director to move that work to one of the research centers as part of their broader impact, which they have to do in their grants, and put the center on a declining fund balance over 2 years that just ended and zeroed out the budget. And this is just pruning the tree of pan-campus centers that don't function in a pan-campus way. I'm happy to take any questions before you vote.
Are there any questions? Hearing none, seeing none, may I get a motion to approve? Second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Our next item of business is to review and approve revised faculty salary ranges for the Gillings School of Global Public Health and Keenan Flagler School of Business. Vice Chancellor Becky Mangini is here to present this item. Dr. Mangini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm delighted to be before you all again today. As Chair Perrin noted, I have 2 items before you, and I believe they're rather straightforward. We're seeking approval of the faculty salary ranges for the Department of Biostatistics in the Gillings School of Global Public Health and for fixed-term faculty in the Keenan Flagler Business School. For the former, Gillings uses the Association of Schools and Programs of Public Health salary survey to aid in setting their ranges, and in this case, use the 85th percentile of the 2023 data as the targeted midpoint. That number was up to the 95th percentile for the distinguished professors. Because Trustee Codis, if you've read the materials, I know you will ask why the instructor ranges went down when every other range went up. And I did go do some checking with the unit to make sure this was not just a mix-up. And in fact, they said that they had not previously had benchmark data to set their instructor ranges, so had that just used a percentile of a full professor range previously. Now they have data on instructor ranges. All of their current instructors fit in this new range, but they want to use the full market data from other places as setting their range. So it won't change the outcomes for the people in the instructor ranges. In fact, they will still probably have the ability to go ahead, but the overall top number is a little lower. The new data, as I said, showed that they were off by just a hair. Overall, the methodology that the Gillings School of Global Public Health used in setting their ranges is in accordance with the UNC system practice and policy, and this range request comes to you with the approval of the dean and the provost, as well as support from my office. The latter request is for Keenan Flagler, and just on their fixed term ranges, they use the Associate to Advanced Collegiate Schools of Business salary survey from 2023 with a 75th percentile as their targeted midpoint. The professor of the practice for each academic area had a 10% premium added to the midpoint for instructors. Therefore, the midpoint for accounting, for example, is $119,700, which is 10% of the midpoint, or adds a 10% to the midpoint. In both of these cases, I think it's really important to note that while we see some growth, the last time they were updated was 5 years ago, and the growth actually shows just an aging of the ranges. They show a between a 2 and a 3% increase for each year, which matches what the state raises have been. So while they do look like bigger numbers, they're actually not moving us up in overall numbers. They're simply an aging of these ranges. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Does anyone have any questions? Trustee Codis.
Have we done anything similar to what Associate Vice Chancellor Halsey presented in terms of more of a strategic plan for the allocation of resources and then looking at benchmarking? So kind of a top-down approach, driving that and allocating resources rather than it coming up through the schools with a request for these changes?
You mean in terms of setting the ranges themselves?
Yes.
So I think they come up through the schools currently on a cycle, but with the support of the center. And we're now in the process of doing some transformation to work with the system office in setting the ranges as opposed to just the campuses doing them, because we have access to a broader set of tools for ranges. So I think some of that will happen in a more formal way than it has historically. But I don't want to suggest that it's not happening from the center, driving how much we can move. We work with them, with the individual units, and talking a little bit about the data may say this, but this is as far as we can go because we run the risk of having one school with a lot of resources say, well, we need bigger ranges, we need to go further, and another school not. We need to be able to ensure that we're consistent in how we set the ranges, but looking at data that squares by individual campus. I'm not doing a remarkably good job or individual school. I'm sorry. I'm not doing a remarkable job of explaining that, but some of the individual schools have access to data pools. In this case, public health is looking specifically at public health schools as their competitors, but we're also comparing that to AAU and peer data, and that comes from the center. So we do a little bit of matching.
And a follow up to that on the folks that are establishing these ranges, are the folks that are not getting the larger raises like the instructor range on the committees that are setting these, or are they excluded from them because they're not on that kind of tenure track?
So just to be clear, the ranges don't provide anybody an increase. This just sets a range in which that we will then work from in making setting salaries or making salary adjustments. So I think it varies by school and how they bring the data up to us and who looks at that. We've made an effort to ensure that our instructors are not left behind and that we're moving people in similar percentages across the way. And that comes from the center, not at or it may also come at the institution or at the unit level, but at the center, we're looking at whether the movement is happening in the same numbers. But when we don't have data, like they didn't have previously for instructors, we just set a range, but it was wider. And then this one just narrows it a little bit. So
I think that deserves a lot of attention, where we're looking at who's teaching these various classes and kind of the front lines for it, making sure that they're treated appropriately, whether it's teaching assistants, graduate assistants, or instructors, because it can tend to lean more on the upper end and not benefit the folks that are front lines.
Absolutely.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, seeing none, may I get a motion to approve the revised ranges? May I get a second? Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. These items will be placed on the consent agenda for the full board's approval tomorrow. The following items are informational only, and I would like to change the order to recognize Katie Musgrove, who's chair of the Employee Forum. Ms. Musgrove.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you to our esteemed board members for inviting me to speak today. I bring you greetings from the Employee Forum and the members of the almost 10,000 staff here at UNC-Chapel Hill. First, let me start by saying it was an honor serving with several of you on the Chancellor Search Advisory Committee. I really appreciated the opportunity to work with you and the other committee members as a part of this important process. Chancellor Roberts, we look forward to celebrating your installation in October at University Day. As we all look forward together, the staff is eager to build upon the strong relationships we've developed with Chancellor Roberts, Provost Clemens, and each of you. We are committed to reinforcing the ideals of shared governance and continuing to foster a collaborative and supportive environment across the university. I wanted to highlight an example of shared governance in action here at UNC-Chapel Hill. I recently had the honor to attend a celebration of the UNC-Chapel Hill Finance and Operations Apprenticeship Program. This initiative, which I'll tell you a little bit more about in just a moment, actually began as an idea from Alan Moran, a former Employee Forum delegate, at an Employee Forum meeting in 2018 with then Chancellor Folt. He proposed the idea of an apprenticeship program to help address our needs for recruiting, training, and retaining a competitive workforce. From there, the idea grew and developed within finance and operations, officially launching in 2020, with the first apprenticeships created in 2024. The apprenticeship program offers hands-on experience, mentorship, and a community college curriculum, providing our apprentices with both practical skills and a formal education. Participants work full-time at the university while attending community college for night classes. The program offers the cost of coursework, with apprentices benefiting from full-time employment, including salary and benefits. Our current partnerships with Alamance Community College and Cape Fear Community College enhance the program's reach and effectiveness. As a registered apprenticeship with the U.S. Department of Labor, the program includes a progressive wage scale. Apprentices start at the contributing level and receive annual wage increases, progressing to the journeyman level upon completion of the program. This structure not only supports their development, but also reflects our commitment to their long-term success. Since filling the first apprenticeship positions in March 2024, there are now 2 apprentices in carpentry and 1 in life safety, a fire alarm technician, with plans to expand the program into welding, HVAC, and electrical fields. I even see opportunities to expand the apprenticeship model to other hard-to-fill roles on campus, such as research technicians and even housekeepers. Here's the current cohort of apprentices. This initiative is a testament to our commitment to innovation and excellence in staff development. And I know I'm eager to track the program's progress as we evaluate its effectiveness over the next several years. Join me in congratulating and thanking the team at Finance and Operations on the creation of this invaluable program. All right, so looking ahead, the employee forum is focused on several key areas. One project we're working on includes providing some staff feedback in the development of a staff emergency preparedness training to accompany the instructor-led training rolled out over the summer. These trainings were a key recommendation in the after action report following the tragic incident last fall on August 28th. Staff were key responders that day, with many staff shepherding students to secure rooms, housekeepers barricading doors, and UNC police officers running towards the danger to help keep this campus safe. We want to make sure all of our campus community feel prepared to respond in the event of any future emergency situations and are glad to provide staff perspectives towards the implementation of said training. Another project on our horizon is further advocacy around the new salary bands implemented earlier this year. Following the implementation of much needed updates to the SHRA employee salary bands across the UNC system, more work still needs to be done to ensure these changes truly benefit the hardworking staff here at UNC-Chapel Hill and that we avoid pay compression issues that we've begun seeing. The forum will do its best to advocate with our campus HR partners, the administration, and the UNC system leaders to support fair and equitable compensation across all units within the new bands we've been afforded. This will be a key step forward if we are to retain and attract a dynamic workforce in this highly competitive job market. Speaking of the highly competitive job market we are facing here in the Triangle, there was actually a recent CNBC news story that talks about workers flocking to our area. That video actually features a UNC staff member and employee forum delegate, Randall Borer. CNBC reached out to us here at the employee forum to connect with a UNC employee who moved here to work, and Randall volunteered as tribute. The video is too long to show today at around 11 minutes, but I encourage you all to check it out. It also features a UNC alum and local business owner, Alex Brandwine, who's a great supporter of UNC. If you haven't been to an event on campus featuring Brandwine's bagels, you're missing out. Feel free to check out that story with that QR code. Another way in which we can retain our talented staff is a broader focus on professional development initiatives here at Carolina. The forum plans to award $20,000 worth of professional development grants this year, managed by our Leadership, Education, and Career Development Committee. This increase from last year's $11,000 awarded endeavors to meet the steadily increasing demand we've seen over the past many years. We are already more than halfway there, awarding $10,035 in grants in August, with another cycle of grants due to be awarded in early 2025. While the Employee Forum is still unfortunately operating under COVID era budget cuts with limited funding to grow, we've made this a budget priority and have cut other areas of spending to enable increases in this space. We are doing our small part in the wider effort to enable career growth for staff, but more still needs to be done to develop career pathways for employees on campus, enabling promotion and growth without having to leave the university. Last but not least, I wanted to highlight the upcoming Chancellor's Cup Golf Tournament scheduled for next week on September 25th at Findlay Golf Course. As a reminder, the golf tournament raises money to support the Janet B. Royster Memorial Staff Scholarship Fund, which supports professional development opportunities for UNC system staff. We have the distinct honor of hosting the tournament back at UNC Findlay Golf Course after a brief hiatus last year, given their recent renovations. These tournaments are always a fantastic day filled with good-natured competition with representatives from all 17 UNC system schools, including President Hans and the Board of Governors. We have a full roster of 30 teams and many sponsorships this year, all supporting UNC system staff professional development. With generous contributions and support from the Board of Governors, yourselves, and Chancellor Roberts, we are currently only $30,000 away from our full endowment goal of $250,000. I want to share a sincere and heartfelt thank you to Lee for sponsoring a team this year. And I do have a plug. Becky was on our team, but you will see she may not be able to fully participate. So if there's anybody super eager and wants to play in her stead, reach out and let me know, and I can definitely slot you in and for a fun day at Findlay Golf Course to support staff development. If any of you would like to contribute other than playing, because I know some of y'all don't play, you can contribute to the Janet B. Royster Scholarship Fund via the QR code on the screen. Before I close, I wanted to introduce you all to the new chair-elect of the Employee Forum, Rebecca Howell. Please stand, Rebecca. Rebecca is the Director of International Programs at UNC School of Law and is shadowing me this year before taking over as chair in July of 2025. I'm looking forward to passing the baton to Rebecca soon, but in the meantime, continuing to work with each of you in my final year as chair to advocate for UNC-Chapel Hill's amazing staff. The Employee Forum remains committed to advancing our mission and working collaboratively with all stakeholders to ensure enhance the community here at the UNC. We look forward to continuing this journey together and making a positive impact on our staff and the broader UNC-Chapel Hill family. Thank you for your time and your ongoing support.
Thank you, Katie, for being here today. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Musgrove? Trustee Cotis?
Have we explored any of the workforce Pell Grant acts options for us in terms of workforce development and it's effectively short programs geared to improve workforce skills and effectively provide new funding model? Have you been discussing that in your employee forum?
I don't know that we have anything like that. I do know we have obviously the state benefit for tuition waivers that's available to staff. I know the forum has focused in recent years. That's not completely accessible to some programs. So employees that may want to take courses at the MBA program at Keenan Flagler or at the MPA program that are receipt supported programs, you can't use the tuition waiver. So some of the programs that may be attractive to staff to do while they're working may not be available using the tuition waiver. So that's one kind of downfall of that state benefit. But I don't know if Becky and her team are.
Okay.
So thank you for that.
Does anyone else have any questions for Ms. Musgrove? Seeing none, Rebecca, I'd like to thank you. Appreciate your stepping up and helping serve the university. I look forward to working with you next year. And thank you again for your time. Our next item is to hear from Dr. Beth Morocco, Chair of the Faculty. Dr. Morocco.
Good afternoon. It's really nice to be with you again this afternoon. I believe it's been since March, since I was here, since the last Board of Trustees meeting. And so I appreciate you giving me time on your very packed agenda. So we're in week 5 of our academic year, of our semester, and it feels like week 5. it feels like we're in full sprint. I teach a 3-hour seminar on Tuesday afternoons. And so yesterday afternoon, I kind of looked around the room and I said, yeah, we're week 5. Their first assignment is due on Friday. So I've already gotten a couple of emails during the meeting. But the semester is in full swing and we are, I think, off to a really good start. But I did want to catch you up on a few things that happened over the summer and kind of what our goals and priorities are for the upcoming year, because a lot happened over the summer, as you know, and many of the things that happened over the summer have a significant impact on our campus community. In May, we had our first evening commencement ceremony, at least in recent memory, complete with fireworks, and many of you were there a few of you were there on the podium with us, and it went very well. It went smoothly. I think we all on the podium were a little nervous, and it was a beautiful tribute to our graduate. We had an inspiring speaker, and it was really an important rite of passage for the graduating class of 2024, many of whom didn't have a high school graduation. So I'm so grateful for everyone who contributed and made that go so smoothly. Also in May, as you know, the Board of Governors voted to repeal the 2019 diversity and inclusion policy, the system-wide policy within the University of North Carolina, and replace it with the equality within the University of North Carolina policy. And then in June, we got guidance on how to implement this new equality policy and also the reporting template that was due September 1st, and that our campus, as well as the other campuses, submitted and now are available and were discussed at the Board of Governors meeting. And then in July, we first heard of the changes that were coming to our student conduct processes at UNC-Chapel Hill, including some major changes to our student-run honor court that were going to be enacted in August. And also in August, our permanent chancellor, Chancellor Roberts, was named, and we will be celebrating, as Katie said, his installation on University Day in October. So that's a lot that happened in a short period of time, and those are really just some of the high points that I hit. And I've also been asked by some of you, what's on faculty's mind these days? And, what are they thinking? What are they concerned about? So I can't speak for all faculty. I can give you my perspective and also let you know what I'm hearing from my faculty colleagues. First is that we're starting to learn more about compliance with the new equality policy that's been implemented across the UNC system, as well as on our campus. We saw our UNC-Chapel Hill, as well as the other campus reports for the first time when it was posted on the BOG website, although I know a lot of work went into filling out that template by deans and chairs on campus, as well as our leadership. And at first glance, as you know, it does seem that the changes in Carolina are substantial, with the elimination of some positions, realignment of others, and some deletions and changes to programming and activities. And we don't know yet what the impact of those changes are. They remain to be seen and to be experienced. And we can't really tell, from the report, from the template, what will be different, what's been altered, what's been changed, and what has been maintained. Is there important work that we're losing with these changes? And, are there things that have been preserved? And so, as you know, although some of the faculty and many of you supported these changes, there was also eloquent, voluminous opposition by the majority of faculty. We did survey the faculty to give feedback to President Hans and the system. And that was not just from our campus, but from campuses across the system. We believe that the changes were not warranted, they weren't supported by actual evidence, and they could be detrimental. They could have detrimental effects on our faculty, staff, and students. But the policy did change, and we are going to comply with the policy. And moving forward, we're committed not only to following the policy, but also to commit to creating and sustaining a diverse, equitable, and inclusive community for our students, faculty, and staff. And that's because we know, and as faculty, we know from our experience in the classroom, in our labs, working with students, working with staff, working with other stakeholders, that learning and work environments that are comprised of people with a variety of experiences and skills and perspectives are just essential if you want vibrant, transformative learning, creating knowledge, innovation, and discovery, and just to equip students to be scholars and citizens and responsible citizens. So we're committed to those principles. We're very encouraged that both the chancellor and the provost have reaffirmed their commitment to building and maintaining an environment at Carolina that is welcoming and inclusive to all. And we'll work with them and work with you and with any other stakeholders to make sure that that happens. And this is especially important because as we've learned recently with the release of our 2024 student census data, our incoming first-year class is less diverse than our class coming in 2023, and particularly among our already disproportionately small percentage of Black and Native American students. And we know that that might in part be due to the changes brought about the Supreme Court ruling. We don't know yet. As a researcher, I know that you can't look at 1 year of data and forecast a trend. And there could be other things that are causing this, but it's something that we definitely want to keep our eye on and to be vigilant to make sure that we continue to build our diversity and inclusion. And finally, faculty have also been concerned about the lack of input that we had in the changes that were made to the student conduct processes prior to their announcement. Now, we understand that this first year is considered a pilot year and that we're eager to provide our perspectives as it moves forward. And there's a lot of interest in contributing to kind of that knowledge that we attain on the ground. And there's a lot of interest as well in the future of the campus, why, how its structures and operations might change. And we're relieved that Chancellor put together a very broadly representative working group who will provide, or I think have provided, recommendations to campus leadership. And again, these are what I hear from my colleagues in terms of concerns. But zooming out, really what's the overarching concern, and it involves many of the things that I've mentioned, is that many of the actions that occurred over the summer and some that occurred during this past academic year involve domains that have traditionally been initiated or included active engagement by faculty and are within our role as parties with you and others in shared governance. And so, as I noted to you in my comments in March, I hear from many faculty who are troubled by this apparent erosion of faculty voice in decision-making in our shared governance of our beloved university. We truly believe that authentic shared governance is critical to healthy, well-functioning institutions of higher education, because we all have unique perspectives and skills that we bring to the table in this pursuit of our shared goal of the university thriving. So as I mentioned earlier, a priority for faculty governance during this academic year is to shore up shared governance at Carolina and to identify opportunities for us to work together. You're always welcome to attend our faculty council meetings. We're back to in-person meetings, no hybrid, and we meet from 3 to 5 on Friday afternoon in Carr Hall, which is at the School of Pharmacy. Not a great time, I realize, a Friday afternoon. We do have really good snacks, though, and we try to keep it lively and keep the agenda going. But you can also watch the live stream. Our meetings are live streamed in real time, and the recordings are kept on the Office of Faculty Governance website. We sent the fall meeting schedule to Chair Pryor, I believe, last week, and you can also see it and all of the materials from our meetings, past and present, on our Office of Faculty Governance website. So moving forward, I'd like for us to consider ways that we can be more proactive and intentional in creating opportunities to work together, because sharing space, tackling tough issues, and problem solving together not only leads to a broader vision and better solutions, but also allows us to get to know each other as people and appreciate where everyone's perspectives are coming from. a really great example, and Katie gave a great example as well, and Katie participated in this, was during the chancellor search, where the search advisory board was comprised of faculty members, a representative from the employee forum, our student body president, board of trustees members, board of governors members as well. And we were kind of metaphorically locked in a room for several days and had the opportunity to, it felt that way. Just had the opportunity to really hash out and share our vision, our priorities, our preferences. And even though I can't tell you the details, I could tell you that there was vigorous and robust debate, and I felt heard and I listened, and it was really helpful for me to spend that time kind of elbow to elbow, sharing food and sharing, experiences and opinions. And it was really invaluable. And I think that those types of opportunities we really need to encourage and provide for ourselves. And as I can speak as the chair of the faculty, but I know that other faculty share this willingness to engage. And so I really hope that you'll take advantage of that in the upcoming year. Now, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Dr. Morocco, thank you for your time. Does anyone have any questions? Trustee Cotis?
Dr. Morocco, you mentioned if you could maybe elaborate on the concept of equity or equitable treatment and some of the faculty training. It's my understanding there's training in this as well for new professors when they come in to teach them this concept. So maybe if you could just expand upon that.
Yeah, and I know it also varies from department to department to school, and there may be some changes based on the new policy. But I can say, and also the Center for Faculty Excellence also provides excellent trainings on inclusive pedagogy, for example, and kind of how to make sure that your teaching is not only equitable, but it's also inclusive of different learning styles, different perspectives, et cetera, but that also that you're being equitable in terms of your grading and assignments and things like that. So
could you define it without using the word equitable or inclusive?
Fair.
So what it actually means in terms of like an example of how one might be equitable in their grading.
Well, sure. Well, I could give you an example that at the School of Public Health, I think this is pretty comparable in across campus. For all of our assignments, we have a scoring rubric. So, for example, our first assignment is due on Friday in the doctoral level class that I teach. And there are guidelines for the assignment. And then there's a rubric that actually explains how the assignment will be scored, what the point distribution is. We also provide feedback on each of those items. And we also score them in a blinded fashion. So we don't know who we're scoring. And so what we're trying to do is reduce any kind of bias that might be present, conscious or unconscious, when we are providing feedback and assessment on assignments. So that would be one example.
Okay. Trustee Ballantyne.
Thank you. I read some news media reports about the percentage. Oh, well, it just said UNC's decreased over last year regarding DEI. It mentioned Duke though, and gave the 12 to 13%. It went from 12% to 13% or something like that. And another school went up from 12 to 13%. It made a point that we went down and you said we went down, but I haven't seen numbers. What percentage did we go down?
Yeah, Rachel, do you want to?
It'll be in my presentation.
Yeah.
I'm about to give, but
yeah. I didn't want to misquote the stats because there's a 25%.
Any other questions for Dr. Morocco? Trustee Blaine.
Dr. Morocco, what would you say the average percentage of time that the average professor at Chapel Hill spends on their shared governance responsibilities is?
It really depends. It depends because people are engaged at various levels. And one of the things that we've been talking about, I'm looking at the secretary of the faculty right there, are ways to engage faculty kind of along a spectrum. So obviously myself and the secretary, we spend quite a bit of time, and I'm trying to think of how, we negotiate with the provost and our chairs, and so it doesn't impact our other responsibilities. So sometimes you'll get a course buyout or, other kind of arrangements to help, cover that time. But we have 71 faculty council members who are elected. And then we also have a number of committees. Some are elected, some are appointed, that people serve on as well. Those committees usually meet monthly and they provide an annual report. We have, trying to think of other ways that faculty also serve on ad hoc committees. Often I'll call on faculty when I need advice on a particular topic. So it really varies. I would say, we don't really work a 40-hour week either, so it's kind of hard. We work a lot more than that, so it's kind of hard to put a number on it. But I would say it depends on the role. I probably spend about a third to a half of my time on faculty governance. I also do research and teaching and mentoring, et cetera, et cetera. I think that if you're a faculty council member, there are monthly meetings that are 2 hours long, and there's probably maybe an hour or two of preparation for those meetings. And I would say similarly for the committees, usually meet about once a month, and then maybe an hour or two. The committees are doing the deeper work, and so they may, have spurts of time when they're working on a report or when they're gathering data or when they're responding to a request where there might be more work, but probably maybe a couple of hours a week average. I think it's really hard to kind of give a one size fits all answer, because we have some faculty who aren't engaged in faculty governance at all and others who are very engaged.
Any other questions?
Just want to echo how great it was to work with you, how well you represented the faculty, how much we all enjoyed your thoughtful input, and how much respect you garnered in that process.
Well, thank you. And I also really enjoyed the M&M machine in the hallway. That was the high point as well. Yeah, Katie remembers that machine.
It's the little things. It's always
yes.
It's always the little things like the M&M machine.
Right? Exactly. Thank you. I always appreciate the opportunity to speak at these meetings. And I know that you have full agendas, so I'm not taking it for granted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our final informational item is an entering fall of 2024 class profile presentation by Vice Provost for Enrollment, Rachel Feldman. Vice Provost.
Hello, thanks for having me. I feel honored to be here and present to you and excited about our new class. I've given you a couple of little previews during some of the other committee meetings. I have a lot. I'm also talking a little bit about what we're doing in our enrollment division with some student success initiatives and things that we talked about last year and our progress there. I have some members of my team here with me. I'll introduce them when we get to that part, but here's what we're doing today: entering class, enrollment updates, and then a little preview celebration of the 20th anniversary of the Carolina Covenant, one of the things that really sets our university apart. So here we go, numbers. So this year we had 73,192 applications for admission. I think when I made my statement earlier that demand for Carolina is strong, you can see that. That is a 15% increase over last year. That number has probably tripled in the last 15 years. And you can see our transfer applications are a big part of that. They're strong. They're up 22%. And then we have our new class, which is 5,624 new people. A nice last year, I think our comparable number is 5,550. And we were very strong in our yield for transfer students as well as first year. So they're wonderful students. Let's talk about them. Again, this is just our first year application. So you can see 5 years of growth and how they continue to just rise and rise, apply, admit, and enroll numbers. So increasingly, the percent of students that we admit, particularly those from out of state, has gone down. Here we are by residency. This year's new first year class where we have the residency cap is 84% from North Carolina, 16% non-residents. If we mixed in the transfers, we'd be at exactly 82-18, which is kind of interesting because that wasn't exactly a goal. Our goal is around the first year students, but you can see that we really are heavy in North Carolinians this year as per our service to the state and our cap. They are a really impressive group of students. 14% of them are first or second in their class. More than 3/4 of them are top 10% of their class. You can see it's not just their grades. 92% of them took at least 5 college level courses. That's AP classes, IB classes, or actually dual enrolled college courses while they were in high school. Many took a lot more than that. And almost 80% have all A's or A's and only 1 B. So when you see and when your friends see how hard it is to be admitted to this university, the competition is very stiff. You can also see that our average highest test scores, these are ACT and SAT concorded to the SAT scores, continue to climb. Remembering again that we're test optional, so not every student who applies submits a test score, and these are the averages of those who enroll. And you can see that just over 60% of the first year students who ended up enrolling gave us test scores to use. Very impressive numbers. Why isn't this working? Okay, now we're going to get
I'm Kyle, and today I'd love to show you what a typical day around campus looks like. Here, we're right in the center of all the action. At my residence hall, Old West. And by old, we mean built in 1823. Although it has been renovated more recently than that. It's got a lounge with a TV and central AC. Let's head to class. There's the bell tower. That's how I get to all my classes on time. You can hear it from almost every corner of campus. And our crossing guards are part of the Carolina family too. Good morning.
Hope you have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
This is my molecular biology and genetics class. Well, it's one of my larger classes. I've met some really great classmates here. My professor and this classroom really make learning interactive. Whether you come to college undecided or know exactly what major you want, you'll have space to explore your interests and discover new ones. I hear there's a sports broadcasting class that meets in the building just behind me. Let's check it out. What was the most exciting broadcast that you've ever produced?
I'd have to say when UNC Field Hockey wins the national championship, it happens pretty often around here.
For me, it's gotta be when we beat Duke. Those are easily the best productions we have.
Absolutely. A lot of learning also happens outside the classroom. Many students take advantage of Carolina's world-class access to faculty and resources to conduct research. I'm currently doing research in a professor's lab. We're creating technology that helps patients better manage diseases, such as diabetes, so that they can lead healthier and happier lives. We've exercised our minds. I think it's time for a movement break. Let's head over to Rams Head, one of our recreation centers. Here's a shortcut to Rams Head. When I first got to Carolina, I couldn't believe that I could walk right through Keenan Football Stadium every single day on my way to class. Here at Rams Head, you can play pickup basketball, try the climbing wall, or even catch a yoga class. We've covered a lot of campus today, but I have one more spot to show you. Of course, I had to include the Old Well. It's the most visited spot on campus. Legend has it that taking a sip of the Old Well on the first day of classes brings good luck and good grades. Well, that wraps up our time today. Thanks for joining me. And if you come to campus, I hope to see you on one of my tours. Go Heels!
So if you liked that video, this is actually only about half the length of the real video. We edited it down because I want to show you one more video today. And we are also working on a video to have online of what's essentially our information session, filming students in different parts of the campus to talk about their experience. I did want to share, we made this video before we got these beautiful polos that look much better on the students than me, that all our ambassadors wear now in all of our enrollment offices, and they really love them and they look professional. I think I'm the only one in one today, Jen, if you're looking for more. And we also have jackets that go with them. So we're really trying to professionalize the tours a little bit more, although we're getting very positive feedback both from the student ambassadors involved and from the people who to visit us. So I'm going to keep going with the class, but now you have to look at me in this polo for the rest of the time. We have, as you can see, the transfer students are also an incredible group. There's 983 of them. That's a big increase from last year. This is why we didn't go to the transfer waiting list for those of you who asked me about it. There's just so many. Our yield was much higher than expected, and we will account from that from now on. You can see they have very high GPAs at their former college, and more than half of them brought in 60 or more credit hours, which has been a goal to move them through the curriculum more quickly and get them through without needing all of the gen ed requirements. And of those transferring from North Carolina, this has been an important thing to us. 56% are coming from the North Carolina Community College system. That's a really important pathway and partnership for us here at Carolina. Okay. They have a broad range of experiences. You can see they're from a lot of countries. They're from every single state and the district and 95 North Carolina counties. We never seem to get to exactly 100. We try, but we're close and we're getting there. And those counties we don't have are pretty small. More than a third come from what we consider rural counties, tier 1 and tier 2. That's also important to our mission. You can see 211 came through our Carolina College Advising Corps program. That's a really valuable program to us that has 65-ish recent grads out in 81 high schools in the state trying to create a college going culture, whether they come to Carolina or not, and help them fill out their financial aid forms. You can also see how many came through C-STEP and that we have a good number that came from a military family or our veterans themselves, or a few are active duty actually. And here are some more things about them. We went up very, very slightly in our percent of male students. About 18% will be first generation. You can see about 8% are covenant, a number receive need-based aid, and that our youngest new admit is 16 and our oldest is 55. So lots of variety of experience. We think that adds to their education all the way around, and they learn a lot from each other as well as from us. Sorry, I'm bad at this. This is the slide I was referring to, Trustee Ballantyne, that shows the difference in the racial and ethnic makeup of our new entering class. You can see there are some differences from last year and our first year under the SFFA ruling. 1 year's not a pattern, as Faculty Chair Morocco said. Also, we had so many issues with the FAFSA this year. We don't know what effect that had on our entering class, but we did, we had to change the way we were reading. We fully complied with the law, but we still want people from a variety of backgrounds, meaning a whole bunch of different things and not just the things represented on this slide. People can. So this is this slide, yes, it does not add up to 100%. This slide is one way we count them, which is the way that we publish and most other schools publish when we talk about our statistics, which is if students choose more than one category, they are in both of those categories or more than two. If they do not choose to report, they are not on this slide at all. We did have an increase in the number of students who did not report any race or ethnicity to us compared to last year.
They can self-identify.
Right. So they can, on the application, they can identify. Our readers cannot see that. We don't import that information and show it to the people doing the thing, doing the review. Sorry, doing the review. We do have the data in our database later. So when they choose to enroll, we can look at that data. So we actually didn't show this data to anyone beyond very senior leadership until after our census date and when it was final. What do you mean by different output? I mean, did people have different outcomes or? I mean, I think that is true at many elite institutions that I would call similar to us. It's not true at all of them. Some of them had different patterns. Some of them had some categories go down and others go up. There's some stories about it in the paper today. Yeah. I can get that data for you if you want it. It's a combination of factors. So, yeah.
Trustee Cotis?
From before SFFA, Asian population was roughly, I think, 7 to 9%.
Of North Carolina?
No, of our admins. I'm looking at 2009, for instance. It's 7.4%.
So the Asian portion of the student body has been growing consistently year to year back from the years you're talking about until now. Like if you look the last 5 years, each year it's been growing. I think a lot of this has to do with population change in North Carolina, less than how we're reading the apps. If you see, this is a 1% change. It's not a huge significant change. But if you go back a few years, and I'm sorry, I don't have that data right in front of me, you can see a pretty similar growth pattern in the percent of Asian and Asian American students over, say, the last 5 years.
Yeah, and in world population, we're really talking about 59 to 60% of the population.
True, but you know, we mostly serve people who live in North Carolina.
Right.
As you know. Yeah. I'm going to move on unless there are more. Oh, there's another question. Sorry.
Just one quick follow-up. When you said that more people did not report this year. So what, I don't know what when you say that, is that percentage was down?
Yeah.
10%?
It's not a huge percent. I think it went from approximately 2% to 4%. No,
So the
one
vast
here
bulk of
besides
people
me.
are
That data, I don't know. I can look it up.
Reporting though. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's okay. Pretty.
It's small, but it did change.
It did change. Okay,
yeah.
Thanks.
And that's pretty consistent in peer institutions. Trustee Blaine. Sorry.
Chairman.
Trustee.
Not up to me.
Quick question. If you go back to your slides on the student body and the admits, and it was impressive.
Oh, like way at the beginning?
Way back.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to hold my
Mark, you might
question
have to
the
help me
end.
skip
Yeah.
the video when we go
yeah,
back.
that's not good.
Okay.
It was one that go one more maybe.
Oh, no, I think that's the first slide.
Keep going.
That one? That one?
Damn right. Yeah, I think that's right. No. It was the one on how I'm. There it is. That one.
That one.
Yeah, that one. Sorry. Getting overwhelmed by statistics here.
I like data.
I'm gonna let the heckling subside. Can you give us these numbers in a little more granular fashion? It doesn't need to be now, but just by email or maybe tomorrow. I was kind of curious. Doesn't have to be tomorrow either. Email's fine later. Do you have these numbers just for, broken out by in-state and out-of-state students, the top numbers there? And
Sure, we can do that. I don't think we have them now, but we can get them for you.
I was also interested if you could break them out by Wake County and Mecklenburg County separately. And then you talked about tier one.
Okay, that's going to take me longer than tomorrow.
That's no problem.
Okay.
But I'm really curious in that I think seeing those numbers can help us, confront some of the arguments about whether or not we're providing broad access to the school and those sorts of things. So I'd love to see that. And then the other piece of information that I'd really like to see is a trend line on in-state applications as opposed to total. Was that in here?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it is in the chart. If not, I can. We might not have provided it this time.
Okay, I thought I think you've shown it.
We
to
have
us
shown
before.
it
I
in
think
the
this is the
past.
total application pool, but I'd be
Those are the
curious
total,
about
yeah.
what the trend on.
Yeah, I'm
in-state
happy to get you
applicants look
that.
like. Right.
So I want to repeat.
And
or
I'll
write
catch up
it
with you
down.
later.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now I have to figure out how I'm, okay. Here we go. All right, now to the fun stuff. These are what I wanted to talk about. I mean, not that that wasn't fun. I'm very impressed by our new class. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the enrollment division and what we're doing to foster student success through the whole life cycle. And as a reminder, we include the Carolina College Advising Corps. And Eric is traveling. I think he's at a national conference for those types of CBO programs this week. The university registrar is here with us, Lauren DeGrazia. Undergraduate admissions, our associate provost, Jason McGrath, is hiding in the corner next to the other associate provost of scholarships and student aid, Jackie Copeland, our new director of financial well-being, Gilbert Rogers, our director of the Carolina Covenant program, Candace Powell, and the director of our Kessler Scholar program, Candace Jones. Did I cover all the Candaces? And I'm going to be talking about each of things that they are doing for us, but I wanted you to see, this is our goal, is to create a culture of care and belonging, to attract a strong class, to build and partner with others across the university, including Student Affairs. Desiree Rickensburg is here today with us for their participation in the Financial Wellness Center, our commitment to getting students successfully into Carolina, through it, career ready for that next step. As you know, last year we had our first community outreach officers across the state of Carolina. They've been very effective. Our peers have said, we see you everywhere across the state now. That's new for us. We want to build on that as we try to serve all 100 counties. And we're adding an additional community outreach position specifically for military communities and students affiliated with the military. We're doing a lot that we talked about, I think, also last year to enhance the student experience, improving our course registration. This year, we had record good news in getting first-year students in particular into full-time schedules with less pain and in time before classes started. We're helping to provide information on classroom utilization to help improve that and inform the faculty as they schedule their classes to try to maximize the use of space and provide the maximum number of classes, and also more information through our waitlist project on course demand so we know what students need and we can work with the provost's office on offering those courses. Right now, we are implementing new software that we talked about last year to really enhance the student online experience so it does not look like 1996. Last time I said 1986 and Mike Barker corrected me. And we are working on a new project to really streamline the transfer credit experience. So transfer students can come in much more simply, including all transfer students, but also this is a big deal for the transfer portal and for athletes. We are supporting financial well-being. Soon we will have the grand opening of our first financial well-being center under Dr. Rogers' direction. It's going to be combining financial literacy education with financial supports and coordination of making sure basic financial needs of students are met, giving every student the foundation to be successful and smart about money at Carolina and beyond. And you can see a little about our staffing and our plans for a really strong peer-to-peer advising network here. We've already done ongoing training, but really intense training with 12, is that right? 12 peer advisors. Really good stuff. We really wanted to talk about keeping Carolina affordable. We talked earlier about our state constitution and how we are supposed to be as free as practicable. Nate already talked about 8 years with no in-state tuition increase. We also this year implemented our Tar Heel guarantee, which says for every North Carolina family making under $80,000, tuition and fees will be covered by scholarships and grants, no out-of-pocket costs for those. We have a wonderful Kessler Scholar program in its second cohort led by Candace Jones, which is specifically for first-generation rural North Carolinians. And let me tell you, if you want to go to a happy place, meet with these students, talk to them about their backgrounds, how happy they are to be at Carolina, how they're maximizing what they're getting out of this place, and how they work with Mama Bear over there to feel a part of the community. Is that fair? They call you that. We have our Blue Sky Scholarship for middle income students so that our population doesn't just look like low income students and high income students with no one in the middle. We care about affordability across the entire spectrum. And we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of our groundbreaking Carolina Covenant program, which for anyone whose family is at or below 200% of the poverty line makes Carolina absolutely debt-free and provides supports in study skills, well-being, alumni networking, campus experience, and a thing we're going to talk about today, career readiness through our Career Accelerator program. I promise I'm getting there. We also help support post-graduation readiness in low-income and scholarship students by helping them with things like LinkedIn profile photos, resumes, clothes to go to their first interview if they can't afford a suit, funding for global experiences, research and internship opportunities. We want them to get the full Carolina package so they graduate from here ready to dig into their success, add more quickly to society, and maximize their potential. And then, of course, we run the work study program, which helps students learn valuable career skills as well. This is just a slide we're all really proud of, especially our scholarships folks. This is the light blue line is the national average of student loan debt, either for those who borrowed on the left, which is a standard way of reporting, or for all graduates on the right. You can see that we are lower than both the national average and the average of four-year publics in both measures, but particularly in debt per graduate. Our debt per graduate, which, you know, is not what any one person borrows, is only $6,339. And for those who borrow, it's $20,000. I can tell you this is the last time we had comparative data, but the May 2023 data is even better. Less than 30% of the students borrow and they borrow less. What we're doing is working. This place is affordable. We just have to get the message out there to everybody and yell it from the mountaintop. So I wanted to talk about one program, and Candace is here if there are more questions that I can't answer. We have a director of this program that we hired within the Covenant space, the Career Accelerator program, because students in the Covenant, half or so are first generation. They may have less experience with how to professionally go about finding, identifying their career, preparing for it. They may not be able to afford internship opportunities if they're unpaid, etc. So we have a coordinator that provides them with individualized career development supports, exploration, coaching. I'd already talked about the LinkedIn profiles. They'll even do mock interviews. They get an alumni membership their first year they get out of here to connect them with the community and help them develop their own professional networks and come out. It's just one part of the comprehensive supports in the Covenant. There are many, but this helps them get to success and career readiness. And I want to show you one more video and then I promise I'm done.
The Career Accelerator program is a pathway and community of support for Covenant scholars seeking individualized support on their professional development journeys. Coming into Carolina, a lot of Covenant scholars don't have the same access as their peers to resources, but also professional guidance and networks. This program aims to address that gap by serving as a guide to all of the wonderful resources available to them as Carolina students and Covenant scholars. I get to meet with scholars one-on-one to identify their personal goals and design action steps to help get them there, walking with them through every step of the way to help them see it's not so scary to make a resume. It's not so scary to have a mock interview.
It really helped me feel confident and know what I needed to work on. Over the summer, I will be taking my CNA, which is Certified Nursing Assistant certification. It's a great step for me to apply to the nursing program here at UNC.
I didn't even have the idea to network with people. Someone in the Covenant told me to do that. I mainly want to be a screenwriter. The Covenant connected me with many Covenant alumni in that field. I met the co-creator of The Simpsons. I met Robert Klein, who's like one of my comedy heroes. Meeting people with similar interests and similar experiences kind of inspired like a domino effect of like, oh, I could do this too, and I could do that. it's just a good place to be.
The Career Accelerator program was actually a huge help for me.
Yeah, I see that.
I applied to 9 dental schools. Out of the 9 schools, I unbelievably got 6 interviews. And then out of those 6 interviews, I got into all 6 of those schools.
We attended a career banquet where they have different alums come out and speak on different careers. Kind of gave us a chance to explore those fields with them. Exactly what I needed. They are here for me.
It's really rewarding to see everything come together. It's why I do what I do.
Now it's just fade out music. I think, you know, these are really thoughtful programs. I wanted to mention all the directors in my area are really leaders in their fields and their national associations. And especially I want to call out scholarships and student aid. With the disaster we've had with the FAFSA this year, we were still able to get aid offers out in time for people to make their decision, even though we had to delay a couple. They are still working through the lack of functionality at the federal level, and we're being asked to help with next year. So I just, I have a great team. I'm proud to be here. I hope you're proud of Carolina too, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Unless you want 20 years of data by tomorrow.
I think there were a couple, thank you for your time. I think there were a couple lined up, and I had Trustee White, Codis, and Pryor.
Yeah, thank you for all this data. I too like data because I think it tells a good story. And I'm thinking more about it from a marketing standpoint. So you've obviously compiled a lot of different categories, and these are all categories kind of to tag on to what Jen was asking. Are these after enrollment? So valedictorian, 10%, top of the class, top 20%, you know.
Yeah, those are all of our enrolled
courses.
class.
Enrolled.
Yes.
Okay. So are those categories considered for admission?
We don't specifically look for, are you the valedictorian or not?
Right.
We look for what is the strength of the program you took, for instance. So that would be us looking at a scale of how many college level courses, how challenging was that coursework? And then we look at performance in those courses, right? How well did you do in those courses once you challenged yourself? And then we look at a whole bunch of other things, right? Leadership, extracurricular involvement, maybe having a job, a whole list of character I think we went over those maybe
Yeah, so
6
with
months
that,
ago.
that leads me to the next question, which
Yeah.
is, so it seems to your point of like, what are we marketing to the community and to the high school counselors of what we want, or, you know, what it takes to be a student at Carolina? With the complexity of courses in the curriculum, it sounds like, would that be an easy thing to, I guess, measure with the college courses coming in or the class rank? And the reason I ask is, how do you consider schools that don't have class rank, or for instance, their GPA is on a different scale, or they don't use GPA? I mean, how does that factor into these categories that it seems we're very proud of?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have a lot of students who come from schools that don't rank, which is why we don't necessarily look at class rank as the major factor right now. Of course, we have it for the schools who do rank. So all the North Carolina public schools, for instance, do rank. We really, like when we say we do an individual review of every file, we really do. And we spend more than a month training our readers. And one of the things we do is train them on what the high school context is, what's offered at that high school, right? They look at all of that. So every student, whether they're at a school that doesn't rank, whether they're homeschool, I mean, it's hard to look at context for homeschool, but except to know what homeschool students are like. Many are at well-known high schools. Many of these people have been reviewing applications for a long time. We don't try to concord them and rank them with each other. We read them individually and think about the context of that student.
I guess what I'm saying is more externally. So for instance, we have these community outreach officers, and apparently we were using CAs, or the
advising corps.
So to market to the high school counselors of what's important and what we want. And so therefore there's no confusion as to what's important and what we would like to see highlighted.
So I will say, and I might ask Jason to add on, we do special webinars and meetings with high school counselors across the state and at top feeder schools that are not from the state and private high school counselors to go through what we're looking for in a student, what the context is about who gets admitted, sort of the characteristics we're looking for. And actually, we get a lot of praise from that because we're very transparent with them about trying to set expectations with the students they're serving. I think in our general marketing materials, we try to be a little more inclusive. You never know where a hidden gem of talent is going to come from, but not be deceptive about the fact that it's so competitive to come here. And we're not looking for one particular thing. I think that's part of the challenge.
And the final thing is just, it seems like, so I get that's for the college counselors and the students applying. And then it just seems like if this is this, like in the well, we had these same categories that came out. And there were also a lot of categories that seem to be based around finances, not as much around academics.
I think what we're trying to do in the well is something descriptive about the incoming class in categories that people understand. So people understand what a class rank is, right? People understand GPAs and they understand the test scores, and they also understand what it means to be a Pell student or not a Pell student or to have financial aid. So I don't think those are the inputs. Those are like that, what the result is, and us trying to describe it in a way the public can digest. Okay. Happy to talk about it more if you want offline.
So I've got, I guess, two clarifications and one request for additional data. Going back to what we talked about with the percentage of the population, the percentage of the North Carolina population is only 3% for Asian population, and yet we're now approaching 26% for enrollment. So it would seem there's factors beyond the growth in population that account for the difference pre-SFFA and post-SFFA in admissions. And I think they're pretty glaring. Secondly, on the Tar Heel guarantee, just to be clear, it's $80,000 income level, but there is an asset size threshold as well.
There is.
Truth in lending, the people that wouldn't qualify have assets more than how much?
I think $150,000 in cash or investments.
For real estate.
Not real estate,
equity.
not
Okay.
primary real estate.
Okay, so doesn't count primary real estate, just any other investments or cash. Okay. And then the request for additional data is really just going back to Jim's slide, and I won't make you go back to it, but I remember the number, and the number
That was fun.
60.5% of those that applied submitted SAT scores, which means 39
Of those enrolled.
those enrolled, which means 39.5% of those enrolled did not submit standardized testing scores. So I'd like to understand those, and I don't need it on Jim's timeline. We can take longer for it, but I would like to understand those populations and understand what other factors are going in beyond standardized testing, because I do believe that standardized testing levels a playing field and gives people a chance outside of grade inflation to compete effectively and be tested on skills. And we can agree upon whatever skills those are, but some sort of standardized test to take that subjective factor out and make it more objective, to go back to Dr. Morocco's concept of equity and making sure we're treating people fairly.
Yeah, I think that we've always used test scores, even when they were required pre-COVID. We've always used test scores as one factor among a lot of factors. We can go back and look at the characteristic of which students apply test scores and who don't. We're part of the system rules about whether test scores are required. We think we've done our due diligence on the admission side to be very cognizant about how we're treating students with and without test scores to make good decisions and to make fair decisions about which students should be admitted. But I hear your interest in it, and we can certainly provide some additional context.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Pryor, Valentine.
Thank you, Vice Provost. So 73,000 applications. And just to confirm, your team does read every single one of those essays. Is that correct?
They read all of the applications.
I thought you told me that we read every essay.
We have been reading every essay.
So if I'm right and our applications go to 100,000 plus in the next 3 years, are we still going to read every single essay?
We shall see.
Let me make a suggestion. I don't think we should. I think that we talk about mental health, we talk about not putting pressure on our students and applicants, et cetera. And one of the things that seems to cause a great deal of angst is the essay. And how important is the essay? And my perception is that it's not really that important, but nobody wants to say that out loud. So I don't know that that's the case. But I think that, my suggestion would be do away with the essay. And if there is somebody who's waitlisted and you want to see whether or not they can write a coherent essay, then maybe ask them to do it. But that's my take.
Suggestion noted.
Trustee Valentine and then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to your slide, enhancing the student experience, I really appreciate you making those improvements, streamlining the transfer credit process, course registration, those kind of things. Did you get any instant feedback, or did you take a little survey on student satisfaction? Or, how do you know that these worked?
Yeah, well, one way we know they worked is we tracked how many students got successfully into their course loads and how quickly over the last few years as we were implementing this, and saw improvements in the data. Lauren's team sends me data every single week during registration, whether they really want to or not. And we analyze and see if there are problems, and we share that data, especially with the College of Arts and Science, but with other people in the provost office. If we can see that there are courses students want that are full and they're frustrated, they've been very good now recently about being able to pivot, and we can tell because suddenly there's a new section and we have fewer people in a wait list somewhere, or they're suddenly in a lot more credit hours. As we did each stage of these projects, some of which were OE projects and some of which, operational excellence projects and some of which were not, we did survey students for their feedback and their reactions. That's not to say that every student is perfectly satisfied with every schedule that they get. There are many students who would choose to only go to class from 10 to 3 on Tuesdays and Thursdays if they, no, I'm exaggerating, but the important thing to us is they're getting the classes they need and they're getting to graduation and they're doing it with reasonably little pain. Are we all the way to where I want us to be? Not even close. Because I have dreams of, us being the industry leaders in every single one of these things and it being completely painless. That's this big software that we're putting in now. That's the next stage of that to make us first class. And if, as John says, we get Chair Pryor says, we get 100,000 applications and we decide to grow our student body, these tools will be even more important, and the automation and the ease of use will be even more important. Thank you.
Trustee Turner and then Taylor.
I'm just curious, is there such a thing as a feedback loop, for accepted students who decide not to join our community? I understand there can be very good reasons why not, but I'm curious, are there actionable observations or instincts that you have in terms of why not? But then also drafting off of Trustee Jones in an earlier context on tuition, where are they going? Who would you consider our current or emerging peers when we think about the competition for talent?
Sure, that's a great question. We do an admitted student questionnaire every year, both to the students who do enroll and those who don't. We also look where they went when they do the survey. They can self-report, but we can look in the clearinghouse. We ask them a bunch of questions about why, either what was important about their choice for Carolina or why they chose another school. Some do say money. A lot of times when people don't choose Carolina, it's for a particular field of study that we don't have, or to be in a particular area that they wanted to be in. It's varied. For instance, we have a number of students who apply and who are admitted and who really want some kind of engineering we don't offer, and they end up at NC State, right? And it's not very surprising to hear that. We also have students who are admitted to Harvard and get a full ride and go to Harvard. And, that feels bad, but not as bad as some other losses. So we do look and we analyze that data and we think about whether there are things we could do to be different or market different and where we're winning and losing. Yeah, I think the main school is NC State, other than the peers that were listed there, or Duke
Trustee Taylor.
and Stanford. Sorry.
Hi, Vice Provost Feldman. So this is kind of a question that I had that Ramsey brought up earlier, but I was wondering how you all kind of consider students that maybe necessarily didn't have like access to AP classes or community college credits.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's one of the reasons that we look very carefully at their high school and what their high school had to offer. And if their high school does not offer any AP classes, we're not holding that against them in the reading process. We know that, and it's a very different thing to take 2 AP classes in a school that offers 3 or 2 AP classes in a school that offers 25, right? So that's data that we train on and that our readers know. They know it better than I do for sure. And they get to know the high schools and the context for each student. Yes, there are a number of private schools that do not label any of their courses honors or AP, and yet they're taught at a very high level, and they know that. Yeah, rigor. Yeah. So we don't do a like official, tell me if I'm wrong about any of this. We don't do an official concordance of blah, 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 but we have enough, we don't come up with a singular GPA, but we understand that this school bases their GPA on a 5 and this school bases it on 100 and this school bases it on a 3.4, and they're well trained enough to know what that means. Yeah. I just want to emphasize, right. Right. So again, there's no cutoff line. So we really, the team trains so hard to read these applications with humanity, to really remember that these are people applying and real students, and that there's a lot of stress in this process. And that's why they spend so much time getting to know the context of each of these situations and each of these schools as they're doing the reading, while at the same time they're under enormous pressure to read quickly because of the volume. And, we hire a bunch of seasonal readers because there's no way my staff could do all of that ourselves. Some of whom have been with us 20, 25 years. Some are newer. They don't all live in the triangle. They're all over. But this is why the training is extensive. And any new person doing reading, our staff reads the first 200 applications. They read behind them. They do regular norming. They come back. We have a whole process of decision review where we go through what we decided the first time around and make sure it's what we really meant and move people. And also for the size of the class. And it is a very thoughtful, rigorous process. And if there's something we can do to be clearer that this is a highly competitive institution, please give us help doing that, because we think we are, and we certainly want to be transparent about it.
I appreciate your time.
Oh. 1,000 pieces of data. No.
We might go for 1 million. I had can we maybe in the November meeting, and Rachel, I'm not sure if you're the person to do it, get an update on like the 4, 5, and 6 year graduation rates? I'm especially interested in seeing it for the COVID.
Sure.
As long as you're promising to somebody else, I'm in favor.
November, I have till November.
And then, I'd just be interested in seeing that and how we're doing in terms of getting our entry class through. And then the second question I have, that I would love to see, it may be something more for you, is I think based on this discussion, I'm curious what the rest of you all think. And Charles, you may need to comment on this. I'm pretty sure that the Board of Governors gave the individual boards of trustees the authority to require SAT or ACT scores again in their July meeting. And based on this discussion, I think that that's something, it sounds like people beyond just me would be interested in considering, and maybe at the November meeting, not for this current application class, but for subsequent years, look at what that would entail and what we'd need to do, and maybe what you think the consequences of that would be. But I'd like to get that discussion started if there's interest in it amongst the rest of the board.
Got it.
Thank you for your time, and to your team, thank you for your work for the university. Given the hour, I think we're going to forego any closed session items for today and wrap them into tomorrow. And so with that, I need a motion to adjourn. Any discussion? That was a joke. We're adjourned.
All right, ladies, friends. Good afternoon, ladies, friends, everyone, and welcome to the September meeting of the Committee on External Relations. As chair of this committee, I must remind all members of their duty under the State Government Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict of interest. If you know of any conflict or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the committee today, please identify it at this time. I'll now ask Chris McClure to please call the roll.
Chair White. Vice Chair Ballantyne. Mr. Blaine. Mr. Bryan.
Here.
Mr. Kalapa. Mr. Codis. Mr. Meekins. Mr. Patel. Mr. Pryor. Ms. Taylor. Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Our first item of business is to review and approve the open and closed minutes of the May 15th meeting. Has everyone had a chance to look at the minutes that were? Do I hear a motion to approve the open and closed minutes of May 15th meeting? Second. Any discussion or debate? Okay. All those in favor say aye. All opposed? All right, the motion carries. All right, this item will be placed on the consent agenda for the full board's approval tomorrow. Our next agenda item this afternoon is to hear a legislative update from Amy McConkney, Director of State Affairs, and Kelly Dockham, Director of Federal Affairs, and Ivy Taylor, welcome, Director of Local Affairs. Ms. Conkney, Ms. Dockham, and Dr. Taylor, welcome.
Day, so I'm going to keep this very brief and high level. Going to go through three things: an update on what's going on at the legislature, an update on what's coming in the election. We're just under 50 days to Election Day, and a brief update also on our engagement. Okay, so this has been a different kind of legislative session. We started in mid-January, and the focus, as it is in most short session years, is the budget. And very quickly, I think we saw that the chambers were not going to be on the same page with the budget. They have traditionally taken some different policy stances on budgeting. Senate is often in favor of reducing taxes, while the House has been more open to spending and member projects. And I think we saw that trend play out this session. So, you know, after prolonged negotiations, a lot of push and pull, ultimately, we ended in a stalemate on the budget. So we get to mid-June, and the House had sort of had enough. They released their own proposal, and it included a variety. It was a robust proposal. The Senate criticized it for spending too much. The Senate quickly followed suit with their own proposal, which was very streamlined. And so that's sort of how the session went. Fewer than 50 bills were passed this session. Again, these sessions normally are more focused on budget and less focused on policy, but this was, in historical standards, there was little action taken this session. Fortunately for us, and Vice Chancellor Knuffman talked about this earlier, there is an important and very non-controversial bill that matters to UNC and some other system schools that did pass. It was on the final day of the regular session before they adjourned for their break, and that's the self-liquidating capital projects bill. I won't get into the details of that. I know you heard it already from Vice Chancellor Knuffman, but we were happy to see that move forward. There's been minimal interim legislative work. You see there's a handful of interim and select committees that have been meeting. We have fielded some outreach from fiscal research staff, and so it was interesting to hear from the CEO earlier of our corporation working on endowments. There's been particular interest in endowments from the legislature, and that, of course, when you see headlines like we are able to produce and have the results that we have with our endowment, it generates a lot of interest. So we worked, and fortunately, Vice Chancellor Knuffman and also Vice Chancellor Andreasen joined a phone call with fiscal research staff to talk about the endowment. I think ultimately the push for that is for schools that are successful like we are to be helpful to some of the smaller schools in the system with their fundraising efforts. It was unclear whether we would come back, when and whether we would come back. The adjournment resolution spelled out several dates, about once a month, for the legislature to return. That was an open question on whether they would. About a couple weeks before the September session, which was last week, it became clear that they would return, and they did come in and pass a mini budget with some policy in it. You all have read about this in the news. The items in that piece of legislation are included below. Some important priorities for both chambers that they had gone into the year really wanting to move these things forward. And so they were able to come to some agreement on that. There were also some veto overrides in both chambers and a legislative appointments bill that primarily appointed members to community college boards. This has also been an active period for people moving around. We are saying goodbye to some prominent members of the legislature that we've worked with for a long time. And I'm doing them sort of in the order in which they made their announcements. Representative Jason Sane of Lincoln County announced a resignation in mid-August. As you all know, he's senior budget chair. We are pleased to meet his replacement, Representative Heather Ryan. She's a UNC alum. She's a pharmacy by trade, and she joined us at the football game with UNCC, and we're already making some great connections with her and campus. The folks at Eshelman in particular are very excited to meet her, especially after the departure of Wayne Sasser, who is not running and was the only pharmacist in the General Assembly. So pleased to have another one here, and certainly a Carolina alum is great news for us. Additionally, Representative Ashton Clemens of Guilford announced her resignation. She's actually taking a position at the UNC System Office, working in K-12 policy. Tracy Clark of Guilford was named as her replacement. She's a triple Tar Heel. Representative Clemens introduced her, so had some initial conversations about her, and we look forward to working with her as another Carolina alumni and an advocate for us at the legislature. Representative John Faircloth, also of Guilford, a lot of moves in Guilford County. Great member, long-term member. I think he served 7 terms. Former chief of police. Resigned September 6th, and they so interestingly, a former member who many of you all will remember, John Blust. He is running for that open seat, but also has been named by the county folks to be to fill the unexpired term of Representative Faircloth. Representative Blust also is a Carolina alum, so we're excited to have him back. Another Representative Jeffrey Elmore resigned recently. We expect to see him still in a policy role moving forward. That announcement has not been made, but we expect that he will still be in policymaking in some capacity. So look forward to him making that announcement. Finally, some sad news. Representative Kelly Alexander passed away earlier this month. He's a prominent UNC alum and is credited, along with some of his fellow students during his time at Carolina in the late 60s, as being a co-founder of Project Uplift, which is a very important program for us. So certainly we'll miss him and his leadership in the legislature. I know with both of these two, with Representative Elmore and with Representative Alexander, the county local party will meet and determine replacements for them for the remainder of their terms. So we're winding down the biennium. Per the adjournment resolution, there's still 3 more opportunities for lawmaking before the end of the year. So one of those comes before the election, and then 2 following the election. Historically, I think we could certainly anticipate veto overrides. Governor Cooper already mentioned that he would be vetoing the budget bill that recently passed. So we can anticipate a veto override there. Further budget action is possible. And, as a historical note, lame duck sessions can be eventful. So we'll be paying attention and staying tuned to that. You all are very well informed on the election, naturally, so I'm going to keep this super high level. We've got a smattering of statewide races this year, and of course, all 170 legislative seats are up for grabs. 10 council of state seats, 1 state Supreme Court seat. The current balance is 5-2, so that could swing the court either way. Excuse me, not either way. That could swing the court either further Republican, or give the Democrats a better chance of getting closer down the road when they run again in 26. 3 Court of Appeals seats out of the 15 are also up for re-election. In the legislature, of course, everyone follows where the supermajorities are. We currently have supermajorities in both chambers. So there's rankings in which you can determine which seats are competitive, right? And so in the state house, there are thought to be 9-10 competitive seats. In the state senate, we're looking at 3 competitive seats. So Democrats are working hard to cut into that supermajority. Prognosticators think it's more likely to happen in the House than the Senate. Of course, all this remains to be seen. In the House, you would need 4 out of 10. So Democrats would need to win 4 out of 10 of those competitive seats. In the Senate, 2 of 3. So certainly something to watch as we approach November. Okay, outreach and engagement, a little internal, external, and talk about athletics briefly. We've been doing a ton of external engagement. Campus visits are ongoing. We work with development on these, and it's a great tool for us and for our constituencies to connect with their students. So we're proud of those. Those happen all the time. University Day is coming up on October 11th. We have public officials invited. We'll be engaging with folks through the Carolina bus tour. I'll actually be participating in that bus tour this year. We've got Research Week coming up. We've got lawmakers engaging as judges for the 3-minute sorry, I have dry mouth. For the 3-minute thesis. I'm going to move through this quickly. We've got the School of Nursing groundbreaking on October 25th. We've got lawmakers invited for that as well. Some critical members who helped get that, helped get the funding we needed for that. And finally, our UNC Board of Visitors fall meeting. We've got lawmakers who were engaged in that board. Thank you so much. Our office has also done quite a large amount of internal engagement recently. Spread the word, we're a small team, right? And so we've been meeting, we participated thanks to the provost invitation in an all deans meeting, talking about the need to partner with us as they consider proposals that, that we should know about. We also worked with the development officers and presented to their Super Tuesday meeting, which was met with a lot of interest. And you can see other ways where we're engaging internally. Finally, and this is always the most fun part, we're 3-0. We've had a great couple of games. Our first game of the season, our home opener, was our legislative game. And so we had 23 members of the legislature there. I love this picture from the sidelines because it really captures what a great and valuable touch point this is for us. You can see Senator Newton and his wife there, and Representative Ted Davis, his 2 grandsons and their other grandfather, just had the time of their lives. So it's a great opportunity for us to really roll out the blue carpet for them, and we had a great day. So here's some pictures from the day. You can see we've got members, we've got staff, we've got family, just all around really good stuff. We always look forward to this. And I wanted to mention, they're not here, and Dr. Taylor will be introducing herself. We have 2 great new junior teammates on our public affairs team. So look forward to getting better mileage out of our office in the days ahead. Serena Gisser is a new policy coordinator with us. Nia Mariso, an executive assistant with our team. This is really allowing us to better engage in the work that we're doing for campus. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I was told I need a hustle. Chris is over there with his hook. He's ready to go. So thank you all, Madam Chair, members. It's always great to be in front of you and give an update as to what's happening and taking place on Capitol Hill. I will quickly go through where we are, state of play as it relates to fiscal year 2025 funding, highlight the congressional calendar, what we can anticipate in the couple of months for the remaining of the year, and then looking ahead post-elections and talking about lame duck Congress, what we can anticipate, but also, the knowns regarding our congressional delegation. Obviously, we don't have the results of the election, but we can talk about what we do know. So, where was I? Let's see. Tale of two chambers. There's the best of times, there's the worst of times, there's despair, there's hope, but we're going to end on positive. Okay. We're going to have hope. Bottom line here, as a recap, I think I remember telling you all, we have 12 appropriation bills that they must pass by the end of the federal fiscal year, which is September the 30th. For those of you keeping count, we have 12 days left in the month. 7 days left in the legislative calendar, really. 0 bills have been passed out of Congress to fund the government. So long story short, I'm not going to go into all the details. They are going to have to pass a continuing resolution. And so when Congress adjourned for their annual, they always do a customary August recess, they returned. Usually the House is tasked with doing any sort of budget appropriation bills. They're the first one out of the gate, and then the Senate passes it. So as I'm currently talking to you all, the Speaker of the House, Johnson, Republican from Louisiana, is bringing to the floor a draft, his continuing resolution. In it is going to provide funding for 6 months. So that's through March, end of March. It also attaches a controversial bill that the House had actually already passed over the summer. And that bill is called the SAVE Act. So it's the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act that would basically require proof of citizenship to register to vote in any federal elections. Democrats are opposing that, so therefore they're going to just oppose the whole thing. Within the House caucus, a House Republican caucus, there's a division. Obviously, you have the far fiscal right, the Freedom Caucus group. They do not like continuing resolutions. They want to see that their bills that they passed over the summer that has cuts, limiting government funding and other things, they want to see those bills pass. So therefore, they're not going to vote for this. And then you have the defense hawks, the Republicans, who want to see increased funds for our national defense and for our national security. And so they want to see their bills passed. Yeah, this vote will fail. We know that. So the Senate is obviously very anxious and they've been waiting, but they're currently, the Senate appropriators are rushing to draft their version of a continuing resolution. As a reminder, for those of you who don't know, CRs, this is the world in which we live in now. It will extend funding over a set period of time under the previous fiscal year levels. So what we're looking at is funding will continue through possibly December. That's what the Senate is proposing. They're looking at December 13th or December 20th. So well past the midterm elections. So we're hopeful. Bottom line, don't give up. Something's going to happen. The government's not going to shut down. Knock on wood. Congressional calendar. So you can see here, we're in September. Hopefully they can wrap up a CR and then they're going to head out. Congress is going to head back to their home states, their home districts. As you know, the House every 2 years, they're up for re-election. And so October, there's going to be no one on Capitol Hill. It's going to be a ghost town. And they will stay gone all the way through the election, returning following Veterans Day. And so do some work leading up to the Thanksgiving break. And then they'll come back And what we anticipate is we're hoping that with the continuing resolution, that they'll get to work on an end of year omnibus funding package. I will say, going back to the calendar in October, don't let that fool you. Folks will still be working, congressional staff. Our office just came back from DC this morning. We were in DC last week, talking with committee staff about what sort of funding levels will shake out of an omnibus and exactly where our priorities lie. So we're going to continue to beat the drum there, and hopeful that we're going to see some priorities, some positives there for our priorities. As you all know, a lot's riding on the federal appropriations process, looking at $822 million just for fiscal year 24. That's the paycheck. That's the check that comes from Congress through, federal grants, student aid support directly here to Chapel Hill. So that's a lot of money that we're hoping can make it through the finish line. So here, real fast, this is our current makeup. You all know this. The districts and everything are changing. If you were to go into any congressional office within our North Carolina delegation, you will see this map up. It's a great resource for staff and for members. Again, it just shows the counties within each district and contact information. So it's a great resource. And so we are currently working to update that. I put that up here so y'all can see the differences. This will be our new makeup. And so the expansion of the 14th district, obviously some changes to the 3rd, representation in the 9th is changing. So it's a lot. And with that, going back to my previous slide, we don't know the outcomes of the election, but what do we know? We do know that we are going to have 5 new members of our congressional delegation in Washington, D.C. Quickly, you'll see I have red lines through the folks that we know will not be returning. Amy had mentioned statewide races. Congressman Dan Bishop currently running against Jeff Jackson for Attorney General. Patrick McHenry, one of our most senior members of the House, he has announced that he is retiring. Wiley Nickel will not be seeking election, and Kathy Manning as well. I highlight Don Davis because the 1st congressional district is a tight race, and so we could possibly have a 6th new member there. So over the next few weeks, my office, we work closely. I have to give a public shout out to Vice Chancellor Penny Gordon Larson and her communications team. They work hand in hand with us to make sure that we have useful, impactful data, information that we can package so that we have something when we're ready to go, getting around and meeting with new staff, new members, that we just have some talking points that we can put right in front of them. This isn't text heavy. It's just pretty basic and simple, but again, it's very impactful. So these are our congressional district fact sheets. You will see literally from the coast all the way to the mountains. I put up the 3rd district to the 11th district, showing the impact that we, UNC-Chapel Hill, has throughout the state. Just some numbers for you to see. We do obviously statewide impact, economy, workforce, all of that in our research. We discussed delivering affordable education in first gen, the number of the dollar amount for our institutional aid and support that we provide to our students. But then we do a snapshot. So you can see there we have the number of students from that congressional district, current students, number of alumni, if we have employees. And then at the bottom, we have actual federal programs, research projects that are being done that are impacting these constituents, their constituents. So we are excited. It's an exciting time. We're going to roll up our sleeves. We're going to polish up and make sure all these documents are up to date. And then come January, we're going to hit the ground running. And we're going to go up there. And as I said, it's all about relationships. And so we want to get in there and not have any hard official ask yet. It's just getting to know them and their priorities and them getting to know us and to come to us as a resource. So with that, I am stopping. Any questions? Yeah, so we have like in Morehead City and others, we have folks there that we have the lab, the space, we get funding from the Department of Homeland Security for a coastal resilience program looking at hurricane rise, water levels and other things. But those are folks that are actually there in the district. And then the money for the research. So those projects in there also.
Madam Chairman. Kelly, very quickly, can I take you back to your slide on the federal delegation, please? The next one.
This one?
Yeah. The ones in blue are the ones with Carolina degrees, right?
Exactly. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yes. And we hope to be adding a few more.
Sorry, Perrin, yes, trustee Jones.
Appreciate, seeing that map is fantastic.
Good. Thanks.
That is fantastic because it shows how the university helps the state, every part of the state, not just here in and around Chapel Hill and Orange County. So I appreciate your putting that together.
Thank you. Yeah, and that it's well received when we go in. And members, they're important, but DC totally different than Raleigh. It's really run by the staff, and so having that opportunity to get in front of the legislative directors, chiefs of staff, to sit down and say, "Hey, we really are in your district, so let us help you."
That's great. Anybody else have questions? Okay,
All right,
thank you.
thanks.
And welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Wonderful to be here. I have a very brief presentation, no PowerPoint for you, but if you would allow me to just introduce myself, since this is my first meeting. I'm Dr. Ivy Taylor, and I am just so thrilled to be serving as the new Director of Local Relations. Over 25 years ago, I received a master's degree from Carolina in City and Regional Planning, and then spent the majority of my career in San Antonio, Texas. I married a Texan, and I worked in affordable housing, both as a municipal employee and as an elected official. I also worked at a nonprofit organization and taught at local university there, University of Texas at San Antonio. Was on a couple of college boards as well, and then my last position was leading a small HBCU in Mississippi. But I'm so excited to be here. All those experiences are extremely helpful for me in this role, which is focused on strengthening our university's relationship with the surrounding communities so that we can succeed together. So over the last few months, I've met with a variety of the local officials and community members and asked them for some feedback on how UNC-Chapel Hill works with our neighbors. And I'd like to share just a few quick observations with you. Overall, of course, there are many strong relationships with Carolina staff and staff at the town of Chapel Hill and also other community leaders. As far as I can ascertain, the town of Carborough has not formally been part of any relationships or conversations with the university, despite the fact that they house a large population of students, and many of our actions on campus do deeply affect them. But as it relates to the town of Chapel Hill, there has been an ebb and flow in the working relationships between leaders, depending on the disposition of the chancellor, who's mayor, who's in the manager seat and other staff seats. My goal as a local relations director is to facilitate a stronger working relationship between all the parties so that we can accomplish mutually desirable and beneficial goals. That's the charge that our chancellor has given me. At the top of that list of mutually desirable goals is a thriving downtown Chapel Hill, with the Franklin Street corridor being an area of key concern for many of you, as well as alumni and others. I heard from some of you about your concerns about aggressive panhandlers and others who spend a lot of time in the area of Franklin Street closest to campus. Well, I'm excited to report that over the summer, the town of Chapel Hill kicked off a new downtown unit of their police department. I recently spoke with Lieutenant Nate Chambers about this unit, which includes 2 downtown officers that walk and bike around the area with a focus on creating a continuous presence to assist residents and visitors. In addition to the downtown officers, regular patrol officers are available, and the town is about to place a police substation downtown on West Franklin Street at the old Walker's Funeral Home. This will be a place where officers can take breaks, write reports, and reinforce their presence in the area. To address the transient, unsheltered people, some of whom we know have mental health challenges, the town also has a care team, which is a mobile crisis pilot project, which our School of Government is evaluating for them. And Orange County has staff for their street outreach, harm reduction, and deflection program. Looking a little further down the road, Orange County is also planning to start construction on their new crisis diversion facility to provide more support for this issue. Contractors for that project are currently being selected. The actual investment dollars to improve downtown made by the town of Chapel Hill recently is not negligible, over $50 million. Besides the public safety improvements, the town has done lots of streetscape work, making design changes that will lead to vitality and more eyes on the street. And the completion of the new parking garage on East Rosemary Street, which will make visiting downtown more accessible. Combined with the university's investment in the junction and plans for Porthole Alley, we're definitely headed in the right direction for Franklin Street, but an intentional approach with constant vigilance is required to achieve and sustain the outcomes we all want for the iconic corridor. Through conversations with community members, it is clear that a key issue that will require strategic collaboration in the future is housing for the area. Of course, student housing is necessary in conjunction with the university growth plans that are currently being contemplated, but also making more housing available in the community so that many of the staff and faculty who work at UNC and the UNC health system can have the chance to live in the area and avoid long commutes. That's something that many are eager to see. The University Health System's contribution of $5 million toward a revolving fund for affordable housing in Chapel Hill has leveraged approximately $20 million in investment for that critical need. And the town of Chapel Hill currently has a municipal bond proposition going to the voters in the upcoming election that includes $15 million for affordable housing, although many acknowledge that much more is needed. And I'm looking forward to future conversations about how we can plan and execute projects in partnership with the town and possibly the private sector to address this extremely urgent need. I just returned yesterday from a 3-day-long trip organized by the Chapel Hill Carborough Chamber of Commerce, where officials from the university, the surrounding towns and county and business owners visited another college town. And while we learned a lot about the work happening in Ann Arbor, Michigan, what was invaluable about that gathering was the chance to know and form relationships with the decision makers in these various arenas. The chancellor and Chris McClure attended for a portion of the visit, along with staff from our Innovation Junction and our UNC Visitors Center. The staff and elected officials from the towns of Chapel Hill, Carborough, and Hillsborough were thrilled that the chancellor took the time to participate, and they viewed that as evidence of the commitment to working together. Through conversations with the officials there in Ann Arbor, and conversations with officials from their university, we heard some great ideas, but we also saw evidence of the strain that can occur as a result of the power imbalance when a large university is in a relatively small town. Along with my colleagues here on campus and with the leadership of our chancellor, I'll be working to ensure that we're mindful of cultivating positive relationships so that we can achieve the university's goals and be good neighbors. And so this is just a very brief snapshot of some of the key issues that are currently being discussed and contemplated in the community, as well as my approach to the role. And I'm very much looking forward to working with all of you in this new capacity. Entertain any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Does anyone have questions? Yep.
Dr. Taylor, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add, Dr. Taylor's been with us today. She actually served as the mayor of San Antonio, which I think is one of the 10 largest cities in the United States. And she's, well, it's very.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I also want to thank you for putting her in this role because as we've discussed, I think it's important, our relationship. So thank you. Does anyone else have any questions for Dr. Taylor? I have a question for you.
Yes.
On your time in Texas, did you consider yourself a Texan or a Southerner?
I'm embarrassed to tell you where I was born, Brooklyn. So, but my parents are from Wilmington, North Carolina. So Southerner would be the answer.
Good answer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I have one quick comment.
Yeah.
I don't know why Carborough isn't engaged, and I'm gonna count on you to use your kind demeanor and bring them along. But if that doesn't work, let us know what sticks we need, because that's outrageous that they're not partnership with this university right next to them.
We're excited to work with Carborough, and I've had some meetings with they have a new town manager. She's only been there for maybe about 8 or 9 months. And we've had lunch with the dean of the School of Government, and they have brainstormed about some things that they're interested in doing together. So we'll definitely be working with them. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will hear a presentation from Vice Chancellor Mike Andreessen and Associate Vice Chancellor Jeff Hill on university development. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Chair White and Board of Trustees. Chris, what time's dinner? Just keep going.
It's not fair you always get this slot.
Okay. So it's great to be with you. And this is the meeting each year where we really reflect on the previous year. And that's what we're going to try to do today. We go throughout the year and give you updates on key fundraising objectives, successes, but this is one where we look a little bit back. And so I'm really pleased to have Jeff join me. You know Jeff in his role with the previous campaign. He oversees both our campaign planning, which will come next, but also our donor research team, our business analytics team, and our prospect coordination team. And that just means we don't all come ask you for a gift on the same day. So with that, I'm going to start quickly. I guess I got to click this thing. When our first meeting, I said, we'll always show you the numbers, good, bad, or indifferent. This is not a number I love to share because when you look at where we were a year ago, you see that we've had a fairly significant decline in gifts and giving over the previous year. But I want to explain this because we've been talking about this for much of the past year. Previous year, 589. 2023, fiscal 24, 498. But that is not the number we're reporting. The number reporting is 410. And I shared with you when we were wrapping up the last campaign that we are proud to be part of an industry across the country that tries its best to compare apples to apples. And that industry looks to all universities, particularly leading institutions with major fundraising efforts, to have a standard of what gifts we report and what gifts we don't. They also said they updated those accounting standards in 2019. I think I've said that before, but they said, if you're in a campaign, please don't change. It'll get too complicated to show different numbers. So we didn't change them until the year we just completed. So what does the $88 million, that gray bar, the delta between 410 and 498, what does that represent? It's actually real gifts or real transactions. About 2/3 of it is actual cash, research grants. These are federal dollars that go from federal research grants to a private entity and from a private entity to Carolina. We were allowed to count those in the past. We no longer count them. 1/3 of that total are actually donors, predominantly alumni, who have put provisions in their estate to give a gift to the university at the time of their death. The 1/3 are folks that are under the age of 65. And that's just to make sure we're accounting for the lifetime of that commitment and when we might realize that gift. These two changes represent about half of the decline from previous year. The rest is actually a decline in activity, and I'm going to show you more about that. We also report cash. It's a standard there. You'll see the declines are less. That's not uncommon because the major impact on the deferred gifts are obviously not outright cash gifts now. So let's look a little deeper. About 18% of the 410 are in fact deferred gifts for folks who are over the age of 65. A general target, and I think the target we'll use for the next campaign, is 20%. So we're really in line with that activity. A general trend or standard that we like to hold ourselves to, about 1/3 of that 410 we would like to be dedicated to endowment, building that long-term financial security for the institution. We were under that this year. And so we're looking to see, is that a trend? Is it unique to certain gifts? But we'll always want to try to think about the long-term future of the institution while we're also meeting the short-term needs. So you've heard me talk about the 80-20 rule when we started development maybe 3 decades ago, then the 90-10, and now generally about 4% of the donors, this chart doesn't quite show it this way, but 4% of the donors generate about 93% of the total. This chart shows that 41% of our total last year were gifts of $1 million and above. The pyramid is getting steeper. We must always think about those first $100 donors because they are the donors of the future, but they are not making up the total. And often those first $100 donors are the most expensive dollars to raise. So we're always trying to balance between, again, that near-term return and that long-term investment. Further illustrated is the next chart. Not a chart I love to show. We have been declining the last several years in the number of gifts of 5 million and above and the number of gifts of 1 million and above. You'll see later in a later slide, this is something we're going to focus a lot on. Where are these donors? Why are they not giving? And why, more importantly, why are we not asking? We believe there's huge potential to grow the activity of large gifts to support our university while we continue to invest in the broad base of donors. 65% of last year's total come from these 4 units. In particular, UNC Health, on the next slide I'll show this, saw a significant decline in counting because of those grants that used to go from federal to private to UNC Health. We're not worried, but we're paying attention to why do these 4 areas have a down year and what did they actually look for the future? 65% of the total last year came from these 4 areas. So UNC Health, athletics, the college, and Keenan Flagler. Reminder, there are 26 different fundraising units on campus. 4 of them represent 65%. I think the campaign total was 62%, roughly. So in line. This shows that medicine in particular was hit hard with the new counting standard. We call them the non-conforming commitments. But again, that money came in. It just doesn't count as fundraising. Jeff's going to give you a little more detail.
So Mike had the task of explaining what happened. I get the task of trying to explain why those changes took place and what it all means. When we look at our fundraising productivity, we are talking about what it means to meet with a donor, to ask them to consider a gift, and then to identify the next generation of donors as well. And the gold standard for productivity in the field has become major gift proposals. In the past year, you see at each of those levels of $100,000 or more, there was a decline compared to our 5-year average. What this slide does not show is that there was actually an increase in the number of major gift proposals compared to FY23. So there is some good news underlying the data that we're showing you. The other piece of the activity that we look at, and this was the gold standard when I got into fundraising, probably when Mike got into fundraising, was like, how many times are you sitting across from a donor talking about the hopes and dreams and aspirations of your university? And last year, our fundraisers sat across from a donor or a potential donor 7,896 times. And that number was up 9% over the prior year. One area where we're going to have increased focus going forward is in the qualification space. When I say qualification, this is the time you're meeting with a new potential donor. You don't know that donor especially well, and you're asking yourself as the development officer, as you're having the conversation, does this person have real philanthropic interest and intent in Carolina, and do they have the financial capacity? We did it 718 times last year, and you see that we had 302 qualified at the $10,000 level, 359 qualified at the $100,000 plus level, and 57 new donors who we had not previously been working with qualified at the $1 million plus level. That's in comparison to about 400 qualifications the prior year. As we're moving forward towards our next campaign, our fundraisers have said we need to have more prospects, and the way you get to more prospects is to have more qualification visits. We've just completed a consulting project with our consulting firm, and they've told us we have 9,000 potential new donors who have a high likelihood of making a gift and high financial capacity if we can get to them and engage in a productive conversation and relationship with them. Now our responsibility is to turn that 718 into a lot bigger number going forward. Yes, yes. Now, correct, that they have both indicated an interest in Carolina and they have the financial capacity. Correct. Yes. The rest of those 7,000 are people who we're working towards a gift towards.
So that often understood it takes like 7 visits to go to that first qualification for that $100,000.
Yeah. Now, those are the things that we can control. And during the past year, we've been working on new fundraiser metrics that put a strong emphasis on, are you getting to making the major gift ask? Are you putting the proposal in front of a donor and starting to have the real activity then around, all right, is this the right gift? Is this the right opportunity? Is this the right amount? Is it the right timing? Now, all this activity, though, takes place in a broader fundraising environment. And some of that broader environment has had an impact as well, not only in Chapel Hill, but across the higher education fundraising landscape. We'll start on the micro level or the local level of the fundraising environment. One of the challenges that we face right now is inter-campaign priorities. We're between campaigns. And one of the reasons why you do a campaign is to clarify your priorities. So when you talk to a donor, it's clear what the university is attempting to accomplish. And we're now going through that process now. There are some questions about staff fatigue and donor fatigue. The data does not really back that up at this point, but we're continuing to monitor that. We've not seen a decline relative to the number of asks being made to the number of people declining those. So that does not indicate fatigue in that space. Staffing transitions, however, is a very real thing that we're monitoring closely. In the campaign for Carolina, we observed that when a dean left a position, the fundraising slowed down. When a lead development officer left their position at that school and unit, fundraising slowed down. When they both left at the same time, it came to a virtual crawl at that point. We have experienced a significant number of new deans coming into Carolina over the last several years. They're getting up to speed. They're developing their vision and they're meeting with donors, and that's going to have an impact. In the same vein, the chancellor transition makes an impact as well on fundraising. And we had that for about 6 months in the past fiscal year. It doesn't matter what the transition looks like, what we find is that most of the people who are making 7-figure and 8-figure gifts, they really want to be supportive of the chancellor's vision. And when there's a transition, they're going to wait to see how it shakes out so that when they make their investment, they're aligning with what Chancellor Roberts or whoever is the chancellor at that particular time is wanting to achieve. And so we're excited to have that piece of the equation settled, and happy to have Chancellor Roberts out on the road meeting with some of our top donors so we can begin some of those conversations anew. Also, campus unrest and broader higher ed sector issues, those also take up some of the bandwidth when we're working with donors, not necessarily because donors are saying we're not going to make a gift, but because they just want to talk about it. And it's harder to get to the conversation around the gift that they do want to talk about because you're spending more time talking about those issues. At the macro level, fundraising is being challenged according to Giving USA. That typically you see an increase since over the last 40 years. The last couple of years has looked a little bit different. It has flattened out in terms of actual current dollars being contributed. And when you look at it from an inflation standpoint, and you look at an inflation adjusted dollars, it's declined over the last couple of years. There are a couple of theories about what's going on there. For the interest of time, if you're interested, I'll talk with you about those subsequently, but that is part of the bigger issue. One more slide on that. Typically, fundraising is tracked against S&P 500. There is a correlation, but the last several years, something is a little bit different. The working theory is that the volatility in the S&P 500 means that some donors are holding back and are more conservative because you're not seeing the increase in fundraising at the same rate as the S&P 500. And this is, as I said, something that's playing out across higher education. Our fundraising peer set is slightly different than the peer set that Nate shared earlier, but nonetheless, these are all large public universities with robust fundraising operations. And over the last 5 years, Carolina's right in the middle of the pack with this peer set. We've had a 2% decline year over year for our compound annual growth rate. Those three that have had positive numbers have been in campaign for the entire 5 years. And so that's one reason why we're looking to move back in the campaign direction sooner rather than later. One final slide for you, alumni participation. This continues a trend we have seen, a trend across higher education of declining alumni participation. Interesting note there, the one school there with the negative 1.6% growth rate has invested a ton of resources and time and money into their alumni participation, and they have still seen a decline. So that's an effort to try to explain why we've experienced the numbers we've experienced. Mike's going to talk about where we head from here to wrap us up. Correct. Yes. There are a few of the others also in the campaign, but the three that have experienced increases have been in the entire time.
So just to wrap up, I know you got dinner ahead. So what are we going to talk about on our next few meetings? We are very actively involved in planning for the next campaign. We spent, as you know, from our May meeting, we spent 4 sessions with our 26 unit leads, mainly the deans. We did some training, we did some role playing, and then in May, we asked them to kick off a 6-month planning process to articulate responses to 4 basic questions. Describe the next decade for your school or unit. Please describe the way philanthropy can support that vision. Articulate fundraising need and opportunity for students, faculty, programs, and facilities. And at the end of the day, what aspirational fundraising goal would they themselves identify? We certainly are going to have some thoughts about those goals, but we didn't want to do a top-down model. We really wanted the units to really own the opportunity that philanthropy can help them realize their vision. We'll receive those reports in November. We'll spend a little bit of time in December, January, looking at them internally. And then beginning in the spring, we'll begin to quietly share some of those with key volunteers, including this board, to get the reaction. What part of those cases are strong, inspiring? which ones could be refined, and then how can we collectively move into the campaign period of fundraising for the next campaign. As Jeff mentioned, we are a little worried about pipeline. I think the last two campaigns, we've been going back to some of the same donors over and over again. This 9,000 number that we've referenced a couple times today, these are actual individuals who've already engaged the university in some way. Many of them are donors, smaller donors, but we believe that those 9,000 have the capacity to make $100,000 gift or more. And we need to meet as many of those 9,000 people as quickly as we can to get that 7-visit activity underway for solicitation. We have spent the last year updating our metrics. How do we actually measure fundraising performance? How do we use their business planning process in the fall, the mid-year review in January, and their annual review in May, June to drive activity that we know leads to gifts? We have to focus on these top dollars. We don't ever want to forget the base, but those are the dollars that are going to finance the key objectives and the opportunities for the university. We need to see growth in gifts of 5 million, frankly, 25 and 100 million to achieve the university's full potential. So that's a very focused agenda we're doing now. And as you would expect, we have begun to talk to the CFO and the chancellor about more budget. That's what that last one says, but not for today. I just want to end with this is a very special year for our Board of Visitors, which will be celebrating its 50th anniversary on November 15th and 16th. Our committee has been hard at work planning for that. We shared some of that details with you earlier. Our outgoing chair, Jane Ellison, who served for the last year, and our current chair, Algie Crumpler, have been working together to make this year a very special celebration for those 50 years of volunteers. I think almost all of you have served in that regard. We are thankful for that service. Much ahead and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Anderson. Trustee Lloyd.
It's counting. And I had to go back and ask that question myself. Otherwise, some of those numbers would actually be a little bit sharper in terms of differences.
Yep, Trustee Brenner.
Of those 9,000, how many of them 5 years ago would have qualified and we just didn't know them? And how many circumstances have changed and have now become qualified?
I don't know that we know that. We know that about every 5 or 6 years, we take our database and run it through a process. And that's the most recent iteration of that. This is usually when you do it at the beginning of a campaign. I see the graph and the number. I can't wait to see the actual people. And that's the next step going forward.
Anyone else? Well, thank you. As we discussed today, good job. All right, I think we're going to save the closed session items for tomorrow. So without any objections, we'll stand adjourned. All right.